Hello and welcome to the Wandering Isles. My name is Ken and I'm joined here by an intrepid group of adventurers. Tonight we have Mr. Rhino as Madriana, Mr. Kian as Dash, Mr. Rory as Eos, and Mr. Hatsu is played by Mr. Busy. I definitely didn't say that backwards. How are we today, folks? We all good?
Mighty.
Mighty.
I'm hyped for this.
Ready to
I had a
finish?
late coffee, so expect shenanigans. If you shenan once, you will shenan again.
Our chat has called it out. The reason we have not begun just yet. That is an epic mustache, Mr. Kian. Want to tell us all about it and why we're doing it?
Absolutely, I have.
And why you've lost the right to go drop your daughter off to school, you know, those things.
Yeah, and all the things like going to your playgrounds. Yeah, can't hang out in shopping malls anymore, and apparently can't run around in my underwear in the middle of town.
That might have been a rule the whole time, but we don't know. We'll never know.
Oh, anyway, I'm doing a fundraiser for Movember. Oops, sorry, teardrop, super professional as always. Got that.
How much coffee did you drink?
Too much. Anyway, cut. Try again. I am doing a fundraiser for Movember. Since the start of the month, I have clean shaved. I'm growing this hideous facial appendage that is on my face, raising funds for men's mental health. Most of us will have struggled with it at some point in our lives. Please don't do so quietly. There are facilities out there that can support you. I'm raising funds to support said facilities via Movember, so if you have anything that you can donate, the link is in the chat. I would very much appreciate it. We're on 445 euros raised at the moment, which is a nice chunk of money, and any more will massively help, so I very much appreciate it. I am quite concerned that my partner now has said she likes the mustache. That worries me greatly.
Just tell her no. If you said no, that's all there is to it.
I've told her no, and do you know what I get back? I get back flirty eyes.
Uh-oh.
I don't care. It's not worth it. Grow it back.
No, it's growing back. I told her I will when December comes. I'll leave the mustache in and let the beard catch up with it, but like, I'm not staying mustachioed. No, senor.
It's an incredible cause, and one that I'm sure we're all connected to, not just in the group, but in chat and everything as well. We've all gone through things, we've all been there, and this kind of thing supports and helps those who need it. So it's wonderful, and it's great. And it's a good cause, Master Kian, so thank you so much for doing that for us. But now,
absolutely my pleasure. With
the dramatic music change, dramatic scene change, we'll go with, I think it's Mr. Busy today, who is doing our recap. I hope. Otherwise I just threw you under the bus. Take it away.
Dear Father, Remington that sent us on a mission. We started on a boat, and unfortunately we lost one of our companions. With a blink of an eye, he vanished into nothingness. We explored a new land with a mission to pick something up for Remington. This is the first time, Father, that I'm in an environment that I'm not familiar with. And I think I will learn a lot from here. I also learned to trust my companions more than myself. And I also learned to give some of the tasks away. I don't have to control everything. This is quite refreshing for me. We then explored a little bit of the land, which was cold and vastly different than Saiga no Toshi. After the first night, we discovered a cave, and we thought it would be a good idea to get more familiar with the surrounding areas, the outskirts of where we heading forward. After we managed to, without harming, befriend some creatures that weren't that familiar to us, we discovered a deep, deep cave with some altars and forbidden things that have to be explored, and hopes to understand more of the things that go on in this world. We managed to do quite a lot of exploration, and that's where we're gonna continue our journey. I hope to see you soon. Yours, Hatsu.
Damn, that was really nice, man. Well said, well spoken. Love it. I like this
Best
take.
recap ever.
That was very good.
That was very good. Well done, Busy.
We join our adventurers back in the caves. They recently found a body, charred, burned, and with a mark upon it. And I believe that's where we left off. So instead of just picking one of you, I choose all of you. Adventurers, what do you want to do?
Well, I guess we've come this far. Don't fancy going back past the giant squid, to be perfectly honest.
Yes, we do seem rather trapped in here.
Yeah. So, deeper? What say you?
I say that's about our only course.
We've come this deep to find out a lot of stuff that might be useful, so the only thing that bothers me is I want to understand why they have been here. And we go...
I feel like those answers haven't really been presented to us yet. We'll find that out in time. Bits of information here, piece out with bits of information we find later, and then we find out why. Unless there happens to be a very convenient letter on this body.
I don't know. Paper doesn't like fire.
Generally not. Does there happen to be a letter on the body, DM?
Make an investigation check.
I feel like I could roll a nat 20 here and still not get a letter on the... That would be an 8.
I guess we'll never know what would have happened with a nat 20, but on an 8, unfortunately not. There's no letter. At least not one that you can find.
Yeah,
Where
see,
there's
just
ink, there must be letters.
It is a dangerous roll as a DM when you roll and then they get a nat 20 and you're like, oh, didn't see that coming.
Well, it could just be you're absolutely sure there's no letter here.
Well, let's
You've
just
never
say
been
you're
more sure.
partially sure there's no letter here.
Yeah.
What is it we should be doing here? Weren't we going to a town? A nice town
were.
full of people with things, warmth,
Full
maybe?
pockets.
Full pockets. Probably not. It's a small town, right?
I mean, Decker has a mine nearby, so...
Is that where we are?
I mean, have you guys learned everything from the squid?
Yes, stay the fuck away from it, I think.
Well,
I'm not sure
I
there's
thought I
much
told
more you
before
want to
you
learn.
went into the water, though.
To be fair, we didn't know that the squid was in there. I mean, hindsight is great. If we had known in advance there was a squid, stay out of the water, but
Who's hindsight?
it's a nice sauna. What?
Oh, he was a great chemistry guy, I think.
Chemistry.
I thought he was a detective.
An alchemist?
Sounds like Dash's mother. Could be anything. What is it that you guys would like to
There's whispers
do?
in the cave.
Ah, sorry, yeah. Could be anything. What is it you guys would like to do here?
Carry on,
We are
I guess.
rested and ready to move. Few
And
days into our
clean.
journeys. And clean.
Huh.
Many more hours are spent exploring the caves, moving in a northeast direction. Nothing massive is uncovered that hasn't been uncovered already. Bodies in similar states in further and further... We'll call it a cascading amount of chaos, because the further in you go, the worse state the bodies are in. And considering how they looked when you got here to begin with, that is probably in itself pretty telling of the imagery you guys are seeing.
You know, I thought we'd become kind of desensitized to this after a while, but this is pretty gruesome.
Ayami puts her head down and she's like, I think it's very hard to be desensitized to something like this.
That's probably a good thing, right?
Well, I think if we can't find the answers in the foreseeable future, we might go back, pick our stuff, and move along with our task.
I think our best route is probably onwards and out and around.
How do you know?
Call it a gut feeling.
Don't we have a map?
But
Of
not from
the caves?
inside this
That'd be very
place,
handy.
I think.
Well, I mean, we know, thanks to Eos, what direction we're going, and we know from our map what it looks like. I mean, we can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Not you, Dash, but the others can probably put 2 and 2 together.
But we have to go back anyway, right? Because our stuff won't change the location.
The quiet 4. Yes, I agree.
We made it this far. The bodies may be worsening, but our chances are not.
At least in here we're safe from the blizzard too.
Yes, it's actually quite warm in here, but personally it is... I don't want to say intimidating, but... I mean, do we know what we're looking for?
No.
No.
Right.
I think the original idea was to be sure that the cave is safe.
Well, looks safe to
To
me.
have a good rest. Then we met that other creatures, and then we further investigated to understand what this place is about, to learn more about the culture, the history of this rich country, I guess.
I feel like we're missing something.
Slate.
Yes. There's 2 Ayamis, so it's hard to tell which one's which. We haven't seen anything webbed up since we got here. Only in the entrance. Then further on, we just see bodies and further states of decay. Then we saw a giant squid monster. And then this burned, charred corpse that had been touched by something.
Wouldn't call it a monster.
A body that had been touched by some kind of monster.
There you go.
It's a scary time to not know what we're walking into. With more and more strange race threats popping up, and with everything that has been going on, and we're literally walking towards the heart of a volcano and feeling the heat from it. It's a bit of a... Well, it's a bit sort of strange and scary.
And if we're going northeast, that is quite the opposite of the direction that Remington needs us to go.
I'm happy to proceed, and I'm happy to return. We know what's behind us, we do not know what's ahead of us. My area of specialty is more towns, windows that I can climb through, places to learn things. This is very far from what I know, but perhaps you guys know better?
I know nothing about this place, except my knees like the heat.
Yes.
My only concern is going back past the underwater squid monster.
Well, there are a lot of passages around here. We could try our chances, but I mean, that might be asking for more trouble than less.
So, damned if we do, damned if we don't situation?
Then I would leave it to the group. What options do we have?
We carry on. And we see what's going on below. Or we head back.
Well, I would argue since our primary mission is not to explore these lands and caves, we should return.
Then let's go back.
What do you think, Eos?
I am very curious, and you got me now. I'm very curious about doing all this. But I would like to see Ducky again, so let's head back.
Very well, we have a majority.
There is a further question. We've been investigating these bodies the entire time. Are they all from the same place? Could we not just simply go there and ask what the fuck it is that they're doing here? Ask the
Dagtorp?
living with money and information, perhaps?
I don't know, the dead are pretty chill.
I mean, these
At
ones
least
definitely were
if we
not
have
chill.
the- I mean, if we have the opportunity to talk knowledgeable people about the past, we can better understand because we already saw that place, right? So I think it's already beneficial that we explored that deep.
I think finding people that know why they were here is interesting.
Absolutely.
I think how they ended up the way they have is more interesting.
Agreed.
So, if we're going back, at least we can find out why they were here. Hopefully.
Hopefully, I was rather hoping there might be another entrance that kind of swings around to Dagtorp.
All our stuff is back at the main entrance, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or the side entrance. We don't know yet.
Right.
But this is
Right.
also a question that bothers me. Why wasn't the entrance that we took hidden like the other one? As if they were not worried about that somebody would enter from that side.
Maybe they never expected anyone to get past those creatures.
Or maybe that entrance came after the other one.
It looked quite statutory
Natural.
for what it was, yes. Right. We've decided. Let's head back at least.
Okay. Let's go.
Goodbye, Tilsy friends.
Friends, they could have been assholes for all you know.
At least they don't talk.
Not to you.
When they're dead, they don't talk at all.
Well, they used to say it in Retes all the time. Dead men do tell tales.
What, like you just ask them like 5 questions or something?
Some magic users.
We could
Oh,
learn
really?
anything in that school, perhaps.
Talk to dead people?
It's a thing.
They come back to life?
And Adriana, you're probably the only one who'd pick up on this. Alyssa would toss Yos a little wink and a smile, as in like, of course not, but like they want to fuck with Dash some more, so they're having fun, but you would have caught that as well.
And how does a dead person speak?
The mouth?
I'm not falling for this one.
All right.
Really?
But one day you're gonna look quite the fool. We're all gonna be speaking to dead people, and you're gonna look over there, and you're gonna feel quite foolish.
Why would you even, like, what can, I mean, they wouldn't have their own thoughts.
It's not that hard, Dash. You see, when you're sleeping, you're neither dead nor are you alive, right?
No, I'm very much alive.
Oh, your
Sure.
body's breathing, but your soul is not there. Your soul is flying to the spheres of the universes. And then it comes back when you wake up. You're not your body, Dash. Your body is a vessel.
I'm never sleeping again.
Welcome to the club.
You all know what lies behind you on your path, so I'm happy to move forward rather rapidly and assume that you'll take the same steps in reverse that you did on the way here.
Yep.
Never veering from a path.
Yeah, follow the footprints.
There's a rest
Line
along
back
the way,
across.
and another short rest along the way.
And we had the markings, so we basically, Hatsu and Ayama would definitely know how to go back.
Probably are the only sets of recent footprints as well, anyway. So no 7 sessions in the caves then.
You go back through the caves. You reach the turning point where the boards were removed. I'll assume Adriana carried people across, ferried people across, or something.
Yeah, I'm going to be flying them across for sure.
And as you follow the markings and you get back in, I would say you reach the turning point where the boards had been removed. You can go back in any number of directions to get out of here, so it's kind of up to you which path you take.
Eos looking towards the board. She's still waiting for the visage to come back, as she saw before, but it doesn't happen.
Dash, did you pick your wallet up after that short rest earlier? Way back in the caves?
Well, it was pretty much empty anyway. I'm now checking
Well,
my
I would
inventory.
suggest we go back the way we came in here first. And he kind of points towards the markings that he did. So when they're on the crossroads where they check both paths, he would direct to the direction they originally came from when they went past the Yetis.
Yeah. You're back where you found the original petrified bodies, and sort of straight ahead of you would be the path that leads to the place where the big room was, where the wind was blowing, that you guys found the illusory door. And the other path would lead you back through past the creatures that you had met and back to your stuff. Which way would you like to take?
Demon on my shoulder telling me to unpull those strings and knock that statue over.
Don't do it.
I won't. It's just, you know, when there's something you're told not to,
No.
and you just kind of
No.
want it. Really? You don't get
No.
that temptation?
Do it.
No.
Don't talk.
You hear it? See?
Do it.
Just whispering. Do it.
Don't
See?
talk.
Do it.
Wait. What?
Do it. Do it.
No. No. No.
Not 30 feet away, a totem stands, and Dash is aware of it.
It's okay, Eos. He could probably throw his dagger at it and still miss, so I don't worry.
Wow.
You see Dash just kind of he's clenching his jaw like don't rise to it, don't rise to it. Let's go before I talk myself into something stupid.
No one's telling you to do it, Dash.
Madriana literally is telling me to do it.
That's just a song.
Do it, do it, do it.
You know,
You're all going to be the death of me. Dash just walks
sure.
Which
okay.
way? Where are you walking to?
towards the totem, back towards the winter creatures, whatever we're calling them, yetis.
Lissa really thought he got his shit together after what happened last time when he was in the vault and did something he shouldn't have done. He was so straight
I walked
and
away.
focused. I'm not talking to you. How come that he flipped back to where he was before? Yeah, Lissa, I'm talking to you.
I'm not his mother, nor am I his mind. I believe you'd have to ask this question to him.
But you are his better half, I guess.
That's true. I'm not sure that's quite the high bar it sounds like, though.
Higher than him.
If you have any ideas how we can fix this, I'm happy to assist.
Yeah, a swift stick to the back of the head. No, I'm sure he'll behave himself. He's fine. He's probably not going to mess with the totem, I would imagine.
So attention-seeking, gotcha.
If a child would do it, Dash would probably do it too. Oh shit, in that case he might mess with the totem. She just swiftly follows Dash!
Yes.
Just checking.
On.
Dash, as you walk around the corner, those creatures are no longer there.
Is there any sign of them recently being here?
It's been their nest, so...
Is there any signs of a struggle, blood, chaos?
You can make a survival check.
Sorry, my internet has been very weird today. Fuck is this new roll thing? Okay. That'd be a dirty 20.
Perfect. I don't know what the new roll thing is you're talking about. Send me a message on Discord about that.
No, it's fine. It's just the pop-up where it asks you to roll now adds like a situational bonus and so on and so forth. It's just a different block to what we're used to.
We did do a big update to 12, so maybe something changed.
Yeah.
Or maybe a module is probably just not working.
It's all good.
Cool. Perfect. So, yeah, you... Dirty 20. You take a look. There's no signs of struggle. There's nothing here that would indicate it. There's not even heavy footsteps to indicate that they, like, stormed off or stampeded after you, besides the ones that they used originally. The big one used originally.
Okay. Maybe they're just relocating.
Are they migratory creatures?
Like birds?
Yeah. Do nesting? I mean, does this look like a nest per se? Like,
Looks like a home for creatures like this.
yeah, like
If you walked into a bear cave, you would certainly know, with or without the bear, that this is a bear cave based on other signs. This just looks like their home. Like, it doesn't look...
does it look like permanent is what I'm getting at, or does it look like something transitory?
I mean, there's probably a sense of permanence to it, I guess. I don't know what that would be. It wouldn't be animal handling, so I guess it would be survival as well, so you can go ahead and make a survival check.
Maybe they're just hunting together to train the pups.
Maybe then. With an 8, I don't fucking know.
We don't know. It would be the answer. With an 8, it wouldn't be something that you can figure out.
Huh. Yeah, you're probably right, Hatsu. train the kids. Go get our stuff and make ways to Dagtorp.
Your best.
We didn't leave any open food sources around, did we?
No, I took all the rations with me.
I suppose it's probably fine.
Sure. But just in case, maybe let's not make any noise going out that way.
Why?
That's the one who makes the most noise.
Only when I open my mouth.
You can close it.
Stop doing it.
If I want to.
That's not true. You make a lot of noise when you move, when you breathe, when you walk, when you swim, when you... You make a lot of noise.
Only relative to you, but you're like a fucking shadow.
White shadow.
Right, well, let's get moving, so.
I'm very deliberately trying to be very sneaky and quiet about my movement.
So deliberately that you in fact need a check?
Yes.
Do it. Do it. Not 20.
Not 20.
What
You're
amazing
fixing it,
timing. Anyway, Dash never gets 20s. Disadvantage. No, you were the chosen one. Yeah, he does a really good job. It's above your passive, Jonah. So in that case, I would argue he did a good job of stealthing. Now, if you wanted to make an active perception check,
Where's Dash gone?
Don't know. Might be gone to pee. I don't know.
is it a contested roll? I see. 11.
He's actually quiet for a change. Interesting.
I will be making my way to the camp and then just trying to, assuming it's all clear, just sit and wait for them.
Hell yeah. No worries, pal. Yeah, man. Stealthily, you do it. The camp is fine, and as it was left, everything is in order. Blizzard has calmed down, and it is, I guess, somewhat sunny. With that, like, snow sun, so it kind of, like, could burn you, but you're still cold.
I'll just be sitting by the camp, just kind of take my dagger, waiting for them to arrive. Very busy.
Hatsu would just walk past Dash, which is sitting there, proud of himself, playing with his dagger, and he would just start to build back the tents and everything.
No worries. Just one by one, back in the bag of holding. Just like suck straight in.
I shall help once Hatsu arrives. I'm not going to sit there like an asshole. I will help.
It's like, that's my power move. What is this? You are packing the tents. Very nice. Hell yeah. So, slowly but surely, the camp gets packed up. Slate helps as well and starts bundling everything to his mechanism, his, not cart, sled. His sled. And we'll assist in Slate sled. We'll assist in that, yeah.
Who's leading the charge then?
It's that direction.
We follow you, yes.
Is that the best idea in these parts? No offense to us, but you know, if you're spotted at the front of the group, that might draw unwarranted attention in these parts.
Oh, yes. Eos purposely stands behind everyone, pointing with the compass still.
Yeah. I think just for how it looks, it might be best if, well, I guess Lissa and I front up the group. As if we are seen by unwanted eyes, we could potentially play off like we're transporting prisoners or something.
Oh no, I've been captured.
That's good. Yes.
He's so mean. Someone kill him, please.
Can you cry on command? Because that would be awesome.
Oh my god.
We'll work on it.
Well, you have time. Deep into the snow you walk. Onwards and or upwards. It's going to be quite the trek there. You are, we'll call it 2/3 of the way to Dagtorp. So, it'll still take some time. About another day's travel.
We keep pushing on.
On we go.
Obviously, staying as quiet and unseen as possible for any and all life forms around. And of course, keeping our eyes open for any and all life forms around. Also trying to work out still what could be wrong with these trees that they've become so sporadic and set out around the place.
There's probably a familiarity to something now that you've been within the caves that might stick out to you. A lot of them have snowfall upon them, but they are also quite... Well, they're dead, like, as in, there's snow on them, there's no leaves, there's no vegetation upon them, but there is wood. But the ones closest to the caves and around that area would be more darkened than the usual. So this land has had an impact on the trees for sure, and they're quite sporadic throughout, and the ones around the cave are quite darkened.
The ground we're walking on, is it under the snow? Is it like grassy, rocky?
That would be a difficult thing to discern because you're on a lot of snow. But closest to the cave, it's rocky. So like when you're entering the cave, for example, that's rock, but it's a cave surface that leads into a mountain, so it would be expected to be that way. The further away from you are from the caves, as you're walking and stuff like that, it's mostly just snow, so you would have to actively dig to determine something like that. Yeah.
Have we... Do any of us know about a... Now, we know the volcano here is further away, but do we know of any... In the history of this place, do we know of any more recent events of magma, lava flow, not necessarily a volcanic eruption, but something breaking free from the ground in this area that could have caused this devastation?
I think we know that the volcano did once. However
That's
long,
miles
I'm not
away.
Sure. Yeah, we know that it did encroach on Dagtorp once at least.
I just wondered if we know of anything in this area, though. Do you know? Or even folk stories of like a creature that burnt down part of this area or anything like that. Would we know anything of that, DM?
So, I mean, it's a good question. So, I would say, because you're kind of asking the group, I can give you advantage on this. I'll say that everybody's sort of contributing to this. You're walking and just talking. It's fair. I'm sure somebody can help with that, but I'll get you to make a history check. That's probably the easiest way.
That'd be a 8. No, 21.
21. Yeah, I was about to say. 21. So, in recent years, there was a reported explosion from this volcano. But it was unexpected. Like, it's not like we have seismographs and, you know, like all sorts of things to figure out the blast radiuses, and it's not like we have ways of planning and understanding a volcanic eruption, but usually there are signs, and this time there were not, so it was quite a surprise. Remnants of the volcano landed on multiple of the other islands because it was quite large. What the source or cause was is unknown, but if anywhere were to have any information, it would be the town that was built to study volcanic activity and the energies from the volcano and the different things. One of the first towns ever built was Dagtorp, so it was built with this purpose in mind. So
Okay.
if they're exploring the caves and if they're trying to figure all of this out, if they're here and there was volcanic activity and they're still standing, there's probably some sort of answer or explanation that they may have for you.
So with that, you said it landed on different islands and stuff as well, because the explosion was quite big.
Mhm.
Now, with me trying to work out where trees are less and where they're more, where they're scorched, where all of this kind of stuff, does this resemble a creature crash landing pattern? Like something burst out of the volcano, which is what caused this, and just crash landed here.
So you mean did something break, like some chunk or something come out of the volcano, land here and cause this?
What I'm now starting to think is that something bore its way out of the volcano, causing that explosion, and just happened to land here. So I'm wondering basically, like, if the tree pattern is, let's say it was a dragon, okay? We don't know what it is, but let's say it was a dragon. Does the patterning of where the trees are burnt and the earth is scorched resemble that of wings, say?
There wouldn't be anything that would be visible to you at this height. Like, if you wanted to know something like that, you would need a more vast aerial understanding of what you're looking at. But what you've determined so far wouldn't indicate that.
Bear with me a minute, guys. I have a theory and I just want to check on something.
Oh, yes. I remember now who I'm speaking to.
Yeah. The wings come out and, yeah, just like a rocket, just straight up.
The higher and higher you go. Okay. I'm going to give you base level information here regardless of this roll. This roll determines actually how much of this you can put together. Okay? But I will give you advantage because you're flying. I would have given you nothing on the ground and probably disadvantage at a mild height if you'd gone up the mountains a little bit, but what you're doing is more direct. So I'll give you advantage on this roll.
Okay.
And I want investigation, please.
Okay. That's a nat 1 and an 11.
Nice.
But just in case, I'm going to blow my inspiration and do that again.
Okay.
And that's still 16 as a max.
16 is the highest. So the base level information that you get is that there's definitely a pattern or a marking here that would make sense or indicate outward force, but likely not in the way you're thinking. So what you're seeing is through the many cave entrances that you find sporadically through the mountains, as you look up and you see there's more of an outward force from those. Something internal became external at a rapid pace, and likely something hot. The sporadic trees could be suffocation from the snow, of course, that can be a thing. But the more likely answer is that whatever exploded across those mountain ridges, because if you go high enough, you'll see that there is a force from the mountains that's coming outward towards you. Not like, okay, force is the wrong word. There's an obvious pattern that would indicate there was a force at some point.
Like a ripple.
Yeah, like throughout the mountain ranges themselves. And the higher up you go, the more clearly you'll see that at some point a massive explosion emanated, likely from the volcano. Didn't seem to have much impact in any direction except this one. So coming towards the land from the volcano, fire spread. So nowhere that it's like, you've never seen it at, for example, the school, and the school's closer to the volcano than you guys are now. So
So it chose this path. It wasn't
likely chosen path here, or the school is protected. I mean, there's obviously multiple options here, but
something
would indicate
possibly
that.
did crawl out of the volcano and came this way. Okay. I'm gonna swoop back down, like literally, like her style of doing it, as I said before, is wings in, literally nose diving, until like 20 foot from the ground, wings out, full buffer, and then land softly. No doubt this will kick up a bit of snow, but she's going to aim it towards all of them. Just because why not? Dash, give me your journal there. And the charcoal would help. Thank you. Yep, thank you. And I'm basically going to sketch out what I saw as an aerial from above, so that I have a better understanding of pathing, size, all of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, you know, if you can draw that up ready for next session, that'd be great.
Sure.
I'm only messing, but
Kian, if you could draw that up for next session, that'd be great. No, I mean, I can do something basic for you, but an easier option might be that if I show you sort of on the map.
Okay. I'll take that too.
That just might be the easier choice. So what I'll do is I'll pull this over. Okay. So, all right.
I want it to be a...
Let's get the stream across here as well. You want it to be what, sorry?
No, I was just going to answer something on chat, and I chose not to. I'll write it in.
You're okay. So, where we are at the moment is this part of Vulcanus. For those who may not be on it for some reason, it is right here. You're close to Dagtorp. And what you see is, if you were to map it out from the volcano, obviously this is going to be freehand, so I apologize for the quality, but it feels like certain entities or certain force paths moving from the caves specifically would be like this, would be this large pattern that's moving across, almost like someone combed it with a large comb. And there are, because the mountains are a little bit smaller here at the entrance and they get wider as they go further on, there is something that would like indicate at least that there was a blast across the mountains as well as beneath, but a larger blast beneath. Then above the mountains, if you were to watch the Trails of the Force, they would reach probably about like a quarter to halfway across. So you see the patterns in the snow because that would be dug into the ground almost. There was such force from this that it changed the landscape here on a largely permanent sort of scale. Yeah.
Okay. So like snow banks because of how the ground is.
In a very large capacity, yeah. And one of the smaller versions of that would be what you would have seen when you were in the first section of this, when you got here and Slate went and found a place for you guys to camp. So
gotcha.
Because of that, that would have been the like.
So it's a deep gouging.
Deep gouging, and the further down you go, the deeper it gets until like a certain point, obviously toward Dagtorp. And again, there are trails you can see, because you can see at this point, if you're high up, you would have been able to see in the distance the small location that would be Dagtorp quite far in the distance. Yeah. That'll be it.
Interesting. Okay. From my memory, do I remember, like, as we've traveled this way, was there like a beginning, we'll say, line, or did it just get weaker?
What,
so like,
what does that mean?
So like, if you dragged your foot through the sand, right? There's a very definitive line that you've dug. Whereas if it was, I went up to it with, say, a leaf blower, I went, you'd have the dig out, but the outside edges would be more vignette. I can't think of the right word.
What it looks like is that something with such tremendous force burst outward and almost had, I don't know if you know what the effect would be called, but it'd be called something like sunburst, where there's a central point and then there are line points beyond that extend outward.
Gotcha.
This looks like something on a massive scale would be kind of emulating a sunburst.
Gotcha. Okay.
That
Thank
wasn't
you.
me questioning your knowledge of Sunburst. It was just that I don't know if you know that effect.
No. Yeah, no. I get that. And,
We all know what sunbursts are, sure.
Um,
Well, you don't. You're as white as a Milky Bar kid.
oh my god.
I'm only messing.
The Milky Bars are on me.
Oh no.
We need to get you a cowboy hat now.
Back on track. Adrian, I assume you're relaying this information to everybody once you land, right?
Well, like I said, I'm drawing it into Dash's
To his journal, sorry, that's right.
journal and stuff.
Just to point to know, because I know Adriana keeps an eye out for that thing. Dash is just kind of a little bit hesitant giving you the journal this time, and keeping a close eye on what you're. On what
She
page
takes
you're-
note, but she
I wonder
doesn't.
why.
She doesn't. What's the word? Encroach on your privacy. It's literally you've handed her the page. She's drawn on that page. That's it.
Cool.
I guess we keep moving. Excellent. I'll steal it again. Don't worry.
If she wants it, she'll take it. You can just give it to her.
Yeah, I know she will. Yeah.
If I want it, I just ask Liz for it. She's probably already got it.
Memorized. It's how, what's your
Dash just given up at this point. He just hands it straight to her. Like, here you go.
Yeah, so, I mean, you have about a day's travel, as I said. You'd be a bit of a way through that, a couple hours through. But there is an extended journey left.
How long, roughly?
Probably one rest worth, and then you'll be there kind of by midday-ish the next day. Would be the best guess you can use using the compass, the map, and your previous journey.
We're depending on if so, like, say we'd be into a full journey of today and then resting. If we found somewhere like half hour, an hour before we think we'd be finishing up our journey, but found somewhere suitable to camp, then I would suggest to the group that we'd probably set up where we can and add that extra hour to travel the next day, basically.
Makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely no point in searching for camp in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we need to discuss strategies for approaching Dagtorp because we're not exactly inconspicuous.
Yeah, they'll hear you coming.
It's not me I'm worried about, my dear. They'll hear me coming, but it doesn't matter. We will
But
be
I think
absolutely
we should
fine here.
go ahead the way we already talked about. We should enter in a pair of two to figure out the situation. That's why the idea with the camp is so good.
Mhm.
So we don't have to wait too long in case you need help.
We should enter at sunset.
Or
After sunset.
Lissa and I, and perhaps Slate, scout the town, get a read on the place.
Maybe we can have a little scout in the night when we arrive, and then a more intense one in the morning when the first of us enter.
I think that would be a good call. I mean, I think, relatively speaking, I'm okay to simply walk into the town, sit in the tavern, and listen. But it would be no bad idea to get a visual read on the place beforehand as well.
Solid suggestions.
At sunset.
At sunset.
Why sunset?
Or after sunset. It's darker. I'll be able to hide better.
Is there anything we can do to make it more daytime friendly?
Are you not able to?
I don't have any sunscreen.
No, I mean to make you look like you did in Penzance.
I could do that, but I can only do that once a week.
Mm.
How long does it last?
That's a very good question. It lasts about an hour.
Need to be selective then.
But if I put up my hood at night, as I have learned, special magic cloak works at night. But again, I don't need to go in with ye. As long as we're in communications and I'm somewhere hidden far away, you do you. I'll take a nap.
We're
It would
also
also be an advantage if they wouldn't know how strong our group is, if you know what I'm saying. So if we get in any troubles, we have still a surprise moment if we need to.
Very true. No point in putting all cards on the deck, so to speak.
we're also operating under certain assumptions, as well as a little bit of information. Could be we get there and they are surprisingly open.
Like Penzance. I believe Penzance to be the complete doom of everything, but they were lovely.
They were. I don't get the same vibe here for some reason.
It's cold.
It is cold. And the fact that it's a research facility that is, probably heavily influenced by the government of the day.
What's a government?
It's a very good question, yes.
It's a board of people of which decide how to rob the general folk.
That's a fantastic answer.
Or it could be a group of wise people that try to do the best for the population.
That sounds like a
You
federation.
can find both, I think.
Good.
Generally not within the same towns.
Generally
Generally
not.
not.
I think I'd like Saigo no Toshi if that's the kind of government you have there.
So we are going to be looking out for a place then, Roper, to settle down for the evening.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You guys are kind of getting used to finding, a little bit off the beaten path. Not that there is one, but so it's not so windy, it's not so difficult to survive, and you set up a camp and you prepare for the evening. Will you be rationing down, or?
Yep, I'm gonna hand out 5.
Just mark them off. Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, Lissa and Yami would need.
Oh, 7. Yeah, you're right.
Where we've set up here, Roper, are we within one of these grooves that I've ascertained?
Probably, yeah, I would say likely.
Then, in that case, Magiana will grab one of the shovels, which we were given as part of our pack to come away with, and essentially create a meter by meter square and start digging.
Okay.
I want to try and reach a ground level to see what the actual markings of the floor are.
There is a shovel, so it makes it a bit easier. Digging is usually strength-based. Are you doing this alone, or are you asking for help from others?
I don't think she'd ask, but it is very obvious what she's doing. At least that she's digging.
Okay.
Seeing that, I would be eager to help. Dash was kind of keeping an eye on what the ground would be anyway, so...
Sure. The digging begins. I don't know how many shovels are in the bag of holdings. Is it just one, Biz? Do you know?
I think it's 1, but I will check. Yeah, it's 1.
Yeah, so you guys sort of take it in turns. With that in mind, I would say if you guys could give me a... It's going to be athletics, but I'll say athletics each to just see how we get on here. It's more about the time. You'll get there eventually, but...
Yeah, I'm not
16?
exactly strong.
You go for a while, and then Dash takes over, and he manages to just it looks more impressive than it is. He pretty much just picked up where you left off, and it was smoother and easier by the time you had gotten that deep, but he continues digging anyway, and it makes it look really impressively strong, especially compared to when he used the crowbar the other day as well. Like, he's really setting off this image that he has a lot of strength. Eventually you reach a surface that isn't snow. It's dirt, and a lot of fragmented stone. And if you dig slightly deeper, it becomes more like a heavier and hardened stone. The layers of dirt and stuff. The layers of dirt and stuff would be brown through to a sort of gray, dark gray color, and the stones themselves are kind of black, not like obsidian glass stone, but more like a blackened stone you would find outside, like a regular kind of thing, but like a lot of fragments of it. Beneath that then is a surface of stone that obviously you're not able to get too deep into, but it's a dark gray stone, kind of like a what's it called, basalt, is that the
like Giant's Causeway?
Yes, yeah, but not like squared off, but that color. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Basalt then, yeah.
I want to get down to a level of which is before we get into rock and stuff, as in like actual rock. Looking for a couple of things, so you can tell me as to what I might even ascertain at all. One, I'm looking for markings akin to if something blew out of this, as in if it was something that chose this direction as we're thinking it might be, I want to see if it's like really embedded, like claw mark, or something that created this trail, like literally physically created this trail. Also looking for anything of significance related to that, like a chipped piece of bone, a scale, and just trying to think, because obviously something this large, Ryan's mind goes to dragon, but I don't know that that's an equivalent here. We know that there's no dragons, or there hasn't been any dragons spotted for they're just myth and stuff. So she's not expecting it to be that.
For Ryan's mind, on the scale we're talking about, it would be bigger than dragon. Like, you'd be talking about like if a dragon left these kind of markings as far across the land as it did, you'd be looking at something that would have the hand size of almost the island itself, which would be astronomically large. But what you don't necessarily find bone or anything, but what you do find is, that's odd at least, are strange differentiations in the stone. Now if you can give me a history check, I'll go into why that's odd, but if not, then Adriana just knows that this is something that's strange, but can't quite figure out why.
That's a dirty 20.
Usually stone, now you'll find different types of stone in different places, but stone is usually by level. So like you would have, like, not in every surface in every place. Right, exactly. But there is there's no pun intended, but there's a ground rule with how it kind of works. You can find other stones in other places, absolutely, but generally speaking, what you'd be looking at here is a strange amount of different types of rock that are kind of almost fused together, and fragments of it and stuff like that on the upper level, but the further down. And then when it gets to a point where you can't really dig any further, it looks like, when chocolate starts to melt but doesn't quite melt? Like, it looks like that, where there's little waves on it that would indicate that it had been fused in some way.
So basically, whatever blasted through this was so damn hot, it melted stone. Which, from what we know of magma, it doesn't actually melt stone. It just covers it and lays above it. So this is something beyond that level. Yeah,
to a point where magma can actually be pathed using, and in certain cases, I'm sure there are extreme cases. I'm not a volcanic expert, but I'm throwing that out there before I get chat just chasing me.
Actually, it can.
And here's 900 reasons why. But like, it's just an incredible, intense amount of heat. And that's based on your dirty 20. I would say that that's the impression, and based on the information that you just provided, because that means you are figuring things out and putting things together. But you are dealing with an insane amount of heat to have melted through the ground, basically through the earth.
Okay. And like any person trying to get to the bottom of things, I'm going to take a piece of each of these different rocks, and mark them so that I know, like, this was low level, this was the next level, so on and so forth. And not like massive chunks, like I'm not like carrying around boulders. This is chip-ins and stuff.
Dash, carry this.
It's not.
Just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I'll add just a small thing to your loot pool. That I'll call it a cluster of stone. Probably the best way.
Okay.
Rocks, Majana?
There's something truly outrageous about how this ground got the way it has.
Dash, what you've done to this ground is outrageous. Why did you dig so far down?
Because I was looking for magic rocks and I found them.
Oh. Okay. Well, when you're done with the shovel, I'll need it. I need to poop.
Actually,
I mean, you're not
with
wrong,
that,
but it's just,
yeah.
I wasn't expecting it.
Well, we just built a hole, so just go there and we'll cover it up afterwards.
Get your rocks out.
Get your rocks out. Anyway,
Get your rocks out.
on that basis, actually, from what Dash said, it's kind of clicked something to Majana. Is there any gems? Is there anything that's been created by the intense heat of rocks, stone, or material? Is there anything here that's been created?
So you have me at my linguistical mercy here, because I don't 100% know what classifies as a gem. What you have here are different stone types. Now, what I would call that is, if you go into those, like, I don't know what they're called, like herbal stores, herbalists. I don't know what they're called. In real life, there are people who have they have incense, but they also have like very healthy foods, and like they have the only place I can find really good yogurt covered raisins. I don't know what they're called, but those
food shop. Yeah.
Health food shop. Yeah. And then sometimes they have another floor or somewhere in the back where they have a collection or a table, or some tables that have stones upon them. I don't know if I would genuinely classify them as crystals, but things like tiger's eye,
a geode.
and yeah, maybe even geodes, but you'd have to crack it open to find out. But things like tiger's eye and stuff like that, I think that's classified as a stone. So these colored kind of stones, and in that sense, you would have a few of those. I don't know if those are classified as gems, and I'm not confident enough to say they are, but I would say arguably very fancy stones.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, yeah, that's good enough for me. I'm guessing as this hole is quite deep, I grab Dash, fly out, and
Dash was looking the other direction when he picked him up.
Yeah, let Eos do her business. We put a plank across the hole so that you could just sit on the plank and,
little hole in it.
long drop. Yeah, exactly.
Majana, you were the best. Thank you.
Comfort is everything.
It's a jar of dirt. Yeah, so you head back to the camp. You guys have your night. Are we keeping watch, or is there anything else anyone wants to do during this specific time?
Definitely keeping watch.
Absolutely keeping watch.
But why? Wouldn't it be fun to just have one night where you don't?
Wouldn't it
no.
just, Mr. DM? It's almost like we don't trust you.
Oh my god. Alright, what's the... Oh my god, tiger's eye. Gemstone. There you go. They're considered gemstones. What is the...
That says it's both, though. A gem and a stone.
So I'm not wrong. That's all I'm hearing here. Yeah, so you what's the watch order? Tonight Slate shall be sleeping in, because I don't want to roll for him. So
I usually take the first 2 hours. Eos usually takes the last 2. And Hatsu usually takes the in-between, like, overlap.
The overlap. Yeah, I'll
That's what
stay
you'd
up.
like to
Yeah, I'll stay up first then, I guess.
Dash, you sit down and Lissa sits down beside you. Dash,
Yes?
if you wake me tonight, so help me. Every night we've been here,
That was Slate.
you keep saying that. I keep not believing you.
Why on earth would I dream of waking you? Pun slightly intended.
Right.
Wait, how does that benefit me? We both know you could slit my throat at any given moment if you wanted to. I'm not taking that risk. And you're particularly grumpy when you don't sleep.
It's best to remember that. And to
I-
slit your
I
throat, I wouldn't
know
even need a dagger. Keep it in mind. These shoes
I'm
are sharp.
very, very aware of that. And back to my point. Why on earth would I risk it?
Lissa taps her heel off the surface you're sitting on, and a little blade comes out that she uses to climb, to assist in her climbing, and she puts it back in. Very well.
Did my mother make you those?
Your mother does a lot of things, but these are custom from elsewhere.
Pretty cool.
Helpful in the right situations, useless in the wrong ones. Before I go, Dash,
Anyway,
may I ask you a question?
of course, my dear.
What is your intention with this group?
Who's nearest right now?
I think
Anyone
everyone's
within
pretty much
earshot?
gone to bed. Whoever's watching with Dash would be awake somewhere, but I would assume patrol. Okay, so Majorana, so I'd assume you're patrolling somewhere to give the moment its own intimacy.
I would be giving them their own intimacy, but I'm also not far enough away that if something went down, I couldn't react.
Sure. When she kills Dash. Yeah. What are your intentions with this group, Dash?
In a word, chaos, justice.
Are you under the impression that all of that chaos will be outwards?
No. There's enough evidence to suggest the contrary already. But they are good people. I believe they'll make good choices, maybe not necessarily the right ones, but I see a path to get me where I want to be. By perhaps just gently nudging them in the direction I need.
And if all of this goes wrong, and we find that creature, and he's not on our side, and we cannot persuade him, and it's you or them, you throw your life down for these people, or...
I've risked my neck for them a few times already. I don't know yet if they would do the same for me. So, as of yet, I can't answer that. Now, if it were you, just gently hold her hand. Absolutely, I'd throw myself.
If you die for me, I'll kill you. Am I supposed to find
Likewise.
someone else in this group to bully? I don't think Eos would take to it as well as you have.
You could try being nice to them.
Oh, you're serious? No. Dash, if it comes to either of us, you are to leave that area, that space. And instead of foolishly falling on your own sword. Avenge me and steal what you can. That is the life we have chosen.
If it comes to you or us, to you or me rather, I'm afraid we are going to be very much at odds.
Then let's make sure it doesn't come to that.
Well, that would be the preference, of course.
I can't go back and face your mother if you're gone.
I'm not sure I could face her if you're gone.
I wouldn't. She'd kill you.
She does ask about you when I speak to her.
Well, send her my regards and...
I already have.
try and figure out where you align with this group.
I have a rough idea.
They worry about you, Dash.
Do they?
Hatsu asked about your... Well, he questioned your mental stability, but he did it in quite a nice way. Worried you would mess with a totem of unfathomable evil. On a whim.
There's a difference between letting the voice direct me and just acknowledging that it exists. We know what the bad choices are. It's good to know what they are and then choose the better path. Is it not?
I have a lot of questions about the path we just walked. And why we walked it.
You mean into the cave?
Well, yes, it was an unforeseen space and we had an opportunity to do so, but we ventured far. There's just something not right about that place. We saw some unfathomably dark things.
They will stay with me for a while. I suspect that the answers as to what lie there are on this path that we're on, metaphorically speaking. There's questions about this world that I like to know the answer to, questions I didn't even know I would be able to ask before we left Balbaroth. I can't help feeling that there's something bigger here for us than what we had thought before. It's strange. I feel like I was only reading a chapter of a much greater book until very recently.
Dash, growing up on the streets of Balbaroth have taught us both one very valuable lesson. Well, many, but one in particular that suits this moment. You always find what you're looking for. We walk these streets and this path and walk through these mountains and these caves and we are looking for danger, we will find it. If we continue on this quest looking for a beast to give us some hypothetical elixir, we will find that too. Are we sure that this group is on the right path? Are we sure that these people have the right intentions? And are we sure that these are the things that we want to find?
Look at how they treated those creatures back in the cave. Do you know anyone in Balbaroth who would have done the same and not just immediately run or try to kill them?
Or put them in that forsaken circus. Yes.
There's good hearts here. And I suspect this particular group could make a decent number of allies with... I hate to use the word, but the lesser or undesirable beings of this world. Allies that I hope in time will be of use to us.
I have experience with those who ventured past the human. Words that I will not use. But I would choose Eos over any of them and any of the people that we have met. I value her decisions and her rationale, and she approaches life, she could be filled with darkness. There's no way this world was easy for her, and she is not. She's filled with light and excitement and eagerness to continue on this path. They all are. And I appreciate that and I value that.
Do you not feel a dark undercurrent with Eos, though? Outwardly, yes, she's bright, bubbly, makes fantastic tea, but there's something there that gives me pause.
Is there no dark undercurrent to Madriana, Hatsu, or Slate?
Much more evident.
Maybe.
Less so to Hatsu, actually. I think he's genuinely quite noble. His culture differs, obviously, so to our eyes it might seem darker, but otherwise he seems straight as an arrow.
Yeah, as sharp as an arrow too, and as dangerous as one. I would just encourage you to think about it. I'm not saying that we turn our backs on these people or that we leave them, but perhaps some alignment is required. We are walking through dangerous caves with the daughter of the Archon as we venture through this vast wasteland in the fucking cold to find things that... I mean, we can teleport with the stone, we can go back to the Arcanum. Why can't we not use something to get to this place and not do this round trip? This feels like a test or a trial.
Well, of course it is.
Then why not
just because
say that?
Because it's not... I don't think it's a test in the academic sense. It's a test of this group. A real-life trial. Doesn't come without its risks, but if this group makes it to the end of this and back in one piece, I think we'll know a lot more about each other. About how we are as a whole and individually. Where each one of these cogs fits in the clock. We don't have to have all the answers right now. Nor do we have to have everything aligned.
No, but it's good to prep the heist before we go on it, rather than during. Having a plan doesn't hurt.
What do you think I've been doing?
Mostly standing around in the dark with a pair of sunglasses on, looking like a... Well, you look like you came from where you come from.
That's part of it. I'm happy to let things unfold to a certain extent and see where the chips fall. Don't think I'm not watching and planning.
Yes, well... Deceptions come easily, but admitting you've been deceived is incredibly hard to do. I'm just worried that we are being deceived in some way, that this path is... We have to fear that if we approach that town tomorrow, one of our party members, at least, will get hurt. So we have to come up with a plan just because this person exists, to make sure that they don't get into a difficult situation. You find what you're looking for.
Yes, I assume you're referring to Eos.
Yeah?
You know, she can hide herself for an hour.
Would that be enough time? What do we need from Dagtorp?
Information read. I mean, we could not go there at all. Could skirt around it and keep heading southwest.
Yes, but this journey was quite long. Do we need supplies? How are we for...
I think we likely need supplies rations, information. To be quite honest, I think
A warm meal?
warm meal would be lovely. You and I could likely go into town without much hassle and get all of that.
I can grab us some money while we're there.
Read my mind. The old bait and switch.
Well, then I better get my rest. It sounds like we have a long day ahead of us.
What alias will you use this time?
I guess we'll see tomorrow, Mr. Heidman.
Oh, Finn Calder, at your service.
Then my alias
Yes,
shall be
it's a new one.
Fiona Calder, sister of Finn Calder. And I will make sure to make it as uncomfortable and awkward for you as possible for this entire trip.
Why?
Good night, Dash. She walks over to her tent and goes in.
Just sit there, shake his head, and smile slightly.
Madriana, you would see Lissa leave if you wanted to.
So,
Just stood in a patrol.
I'll walk over to Madriana. How much did you hear?
Nothing.
Inside check.
Go for it, brother.
Uh,
12.
I'll give you either deception or persuasion. It's up to you, Bill.
what I'm going to do is I'll roll a d20 and add my modifier to it, because I can't remember how to do the secret thing now.
No worries.
That's also 12. Meets it, beats it, right?
That's how it works.
Which way, though? He beats me or I beat him?
If it were an NPC, I would say that you beat him. So, in that sense, I would say Madriana very on the nose, like literally to the point, would beat him.
I have the ability to listen to almost everything that is around me. Part of having that is also knowing when to close your ears. Seemed like you needed a moment, and I was happy to give it to you.
I appreciate that, thank you. Lissa is concerned about our plans for going into Dagtorp.
I figured it would be you and her and Slate go in, get what we need, find out what you can, and we carry on.
What are we trying to find out? About the mountain cave?
No. Honestly, these small town folk tend to not know actual history, but what they do know, and what I find more interesting than natural history, is rumors, tall tales, myths. It's within those stories that you usually get a tidbit or two of actual information. If a man in
Very
a bar
true.
tells you how he fought off 10 minotaurs, you understand that yes, he fought something with horns, but more than likely it was a bull in a field, and he ran and jumped over the fence. Doesn't mean there isn't some truth to it, just that it's bended over time.
Corrupted Whispers. Very familiar.
Go into the bar,
So,
enjoy yourselves, make it seem like you're enjoying yourselves, and just pick out some people to ask, what's the local news, what's happened? You're quite good at talking
This
to
is the part-
people.
Oh, this is the part of the job I excel at. Quite looking forward to it. Haven't sharpened this particular blade in a while.
Just don't
What do you
forget we're
think
out
they-
in the freezing cold, though, will you?
Oh, it won't take too long, don't worry. Do you think there's much trade here?
I think there's trade in what they need. I can't imagine there's too much in the way of cattle or farming. I'm actually not quite sure I understand how they eat or drink at all here, but I'm guessing it would be by some form of trade from other towns, I guess.
Would imagine so. I'd like to figure that out too. See where their true loyalties lie.
Not only that, one thing that it will be able to tell you is if they do trade, if they travel with trade, they're sure to tell you the places where they don't go. Where there might be big, hairy beasts that are trying to hurt them.
Absolutely. I assumed that was part of the mythos that you'd like to find out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just gives us a more narrow search when trying to look for who we need to find.
Right. Better have this discussion with the party at large tomorrow as well while we're on the way to make sure everyone is aligned on what information they need.
Absolutely. And something that you're quite good at. Act stupid, and people will tell you everything.
It almost comes naturally to me.
That's why you're perfect for the job. Tell me. How long have you been in love with her?
Three years, 7 months, and 2 days.
Yeah. You're definitely a bit slow.
As I said to her, it's not the kind of situation you want to misread in our line of work.
Worried she was going to rob you blind and leave you naked on a bed somewhere.
She told
Or
you
is
about that?
Well, I'm guessing that was either playful or punishment. Either way, you probably deserved it.
I mean, she did make off with the... It doesn't matter.
All I'm going to say is... and take it from someone that has never really had that sort of connection. Seems like if you do find something like that, it might be something you want to take in hand, rather than let it be.
Trouble with that, Anna, is that it leaves you vulnerable if someone else knows that connection exists. Someone with ill intent.
But for ones without ill intent, it can also embolden you.
It can. Very much a double-sided sword. I mean,
I guess you
can't help
just
how you
have
feel,
to.
but
You just need to work out which one is more likely than the other. Just like I did with you.
See, at least I know she can take care of herself, so I don't necessarily need to worry about just a random Joe from the street taking her from me. But I just kind of look around and make sure everyone else is asleep. If I were to get on the wrong side of, say, your father, I would worry that I would put her in danger.
The fact that you even know her puts her in danger. But she willingly puts herself there for you.
She is her own woman.
Stop trying to protect her by keeping her out of it. Start trying to protect her by allowing her to be who she is.
No, I could never prevent her from being who she is. Wouldn't even try.
But there will come a time when she'll make a decision, and you'll feel it's right to counteract it. Don't. She knows what she's doing.
Believe it or not, so do I.
Strange, you know. As much as she wants to be like a certain person that I know, she's already quite similar. Because I tell you one thing now. Well, and she leans in a little bit closer. I'm obviously talking about my mother.
Oh.
Like her. Honestly, I don't think I'd like to cross either of them.
You should see her shoes.
Excuse me?
Lissa's shoes.
Please tell me you're not a footman.
Oh, no. It's like a little sharp knife mechanism.
Oh, you
And
mean
it's
like this?
pretty cool.
And I click my heels together.
You go to the same cobbler?
No, we just know how to protect ourselves.
I need to modify my shoes.
Trust me, dear. In those shoes you wouldn't fit a blade. You might be better off with a boot than a, what would you call them? Moccasins?
I don't honestly know. They're warm, though.
More than anything, I really hope she gives you some dress sense. And she'll stand up and stretch.
Excuse the fuck out of me.
Why? What have you done now, dear? Go on. Go and get
Do
some rest.
not question my dress sense. Fucking hell. Dash will walk off in a genuine huff.
All right.
He's kind of muttering to his dress. Very fucking stylish.
Who is on second watch?
Hatzel's gonna do the overlap with Adriana and then with Eos.
Then Hatsu, you don't even need to be woken tonight because you just hear Dash huffing towards your tent.
It's fine, Dash, I know. Have a good rest.
I'd have to.
Dash,
And
you emerge. You'll find a Matriarch if you want to. Go ahead.
He would approach the place where Madriana is and would have like a brief overlook about the area, and he would check like the star alignments and the moon and what good places would be too high to scan for them.
Moons plural. But yeah, besides that, absolutely. You take survey of the land, you take survey of the stars and the astrological layout, I guess would be the word. Yeah, it's a clear night. It's a nice night. It's cold, but it's not freezing. There's no blizzard. There's no massive amount of snow. There's nothing. There's just clarity and an ease of breath.
And Madriana would hear like a light whisper. As he would approach her.
I wasn't sure if you were trying to catcall me or just let me know that you were near.
Your choice, I guess.
Well, I had to. You can at least take me to dinner first.
Sorry, I didn't know that you were a cat.
Very clever.
Well, anything out of the ordinary tonight?
I don't know, because our DM didn't make us roll for it.
I'm gonna do it at the end. I didn't want to interrupt the flow of our...
No, I know. Not really. Just talking to Dash a little bit, making my watches, you know. How are you feeling about all this?
I think nor good or bad. I think Remington understands very well what we need as students to become more resilient, I would say.
So you think this is a test?
I think life's a test.
Well said.
You know what I like about this, Madriana?
What's that?
We all part of the same coin, but we've grown up on different sides of it. So it's refreshing to meet and exchange our experiences. Because people always think there's only two sides to a coin, but there's three. And I think an important lesson is how to balance in between both sides.
Can't say I'd ever really thought of that. But, as ever, you are wise and truthful. Hatsu, has there ever been one defining moment in your life? The one
only
thing that's...
one, I guess. But one that significantly changed the way I view this world, for sure.
I won't ask you. Just know I'll listen if you ever do want to say. In my case, I just got fed up with people being downtrodden just because they didn't grow up a certain way. Not just because of my wings, not because of other people I've known that have been different and been victimized for it, but I'm on about everyone. We would say the everyday folk that live within a city or a town or wherever, right up to the bosses, the managers, the dictators. But how do you break that chain without becoming the next link?
Well, honestly, I think everything is part of it. Even that is part of it. If we would be like these stones you digged out, we could tell how much this world has changed when there was a time that the plants reigned this world. There was a time when the small little creatures that we don't look after did rule this world. And there was a time when good people ruled this world. And there was a time when bad people ruled this world. You see, we're not only the product of the love and hate we receive, but also a product of the time and the environment we grew up in. How to change, you ask? I would say start with yourself. Start to change these little islands you have influence on. Make the people you care about feel better, and not to worry about the way they are and the way they feel. And when the time has come, things will change. But you see, if you don't want to force people to do the right thing, because obviously you would do the wrong thing then you also have to accept that it needs time to not only understand, but also know things by heart and understand why they are good for them, good for you, good for us, I guess. There's always been the necessity of people that choose the dark so you could see the light. There is no one without the other. We need these things to differentiate in between. What is normal, I ask? I am normal? Of course. We are all part of this world. And everything that is part of this world is normal. It's more like people are afraid about things they don't know, because they don't even know who they are themselves. So we build tribes and rage and hate out of fear. But when we step up and know who we are and know what we want, good things for the world, we can make that difference.
We can make the difference. I do agree. But sometimes in order to remove bad, you have to be bad. What you might leave behind might be good, but you'll forever be known for the badness. It's something I'm willing to accept, to do what I need to do. But I guess I just worry that it won't make the difference I expect it to.
My grandmother always told me something which I haven't really imprinted on myself, if you want to phrase it like that. She asked me, If you kill the last murder on this world, how many murders would there be?
Exactly.
The number won't change, but it will change you. But I also understand what our heart is causing us to do if it's hurt. See, that's the same thing that had happened to my brother. I know I shouldn't do it, but I also felt I don't have another option. 'Cause if he would have died there, my inside would have died as well. And I'm afraid of that. But you see, I think it's part of the journey to also understand that you're not perfect, that you have to learn that you have to learn to get over it to really make a difference.
Yes. Yes. I guess I just don't want to leave a legacy behind me that I would be ashamed of. But I suppose what you're ashamed of differs from person to person, so hopefully one day I'll make the right choice.
And I think you will. You know why?
Why is that?
Because you're actively trying to make better. That's what we need more of. Don't hate yourself because of the mistakes you made. Learn that it was a mistake and try to make it better next time. This is the way to improve, I think. Can we reach the perfect self? I don't know, but at least we can try.
That's why I'm still here. Thank you, Hatsu.
I have the pleasure to be here with all of you and learn from you.
She gets up, stretches. I'm going to take my leave now and wake up Eos.
A good rest.
She goes to say something but doesn't, and then walks off and wakes up Eos. Eos, my dear, would you mind taking over so that I could rest?
Of course. Dash do anything normal?
He did something abnormal, but in the best possible way. Showed a level of depth that I hadn't expected.
Definitely brain freeze. State of confusion.
Yes, let's put it down to that. Okay.
Well.
Yes, and Hatsu is out towards the northern perimeter. In case you wanted to say hello.
Eos will head out into the beautiful wilderness of cold and Hatsu. Kappa.
As Eos approaches Hatsu, she would see how he's kinda having his hands up and do like a wibbly wibbly wibbly. And you would see an image of cherry blossom tree that's gonna lose all the leaves. They get carried away by the wind. And then you see how the tree is like without any blossoms or leaves, and it starts to get winter. You see it a little snowy and more windy. And then you see how the tree grows leaves again and little crops. And you see like a little gold shimmering bee that's flying around the tree. And you see how it's blooming again during the summer times.
That is beautiful.
And you would say, is that peppermint?
Absolutely. It's the only one you like.
He would grab the cup. Arigatou gozaimashita.
You're very welcome. How did you do that?
What?
The tree. From your hands.
Oh. Don't you know that as well?
That one? No.
I explored it when you helped me to open the door. You remember?
Ah, yes.
This was also something I explored. I can create noises and silent images of things that I can imagine.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I don't know why I can do it, but sometimes I use it to get my thoughts in order. How about you? How are you feeling?
Good. I'm excited for this. It's nice that we're back on track for the elixir. But I'm also slightly hesitant. Simply because I myself will not be able to partake in entering the town straight away. But I guess a nice anxiety. I'll be still for the moment and wait until summoned.
I don't think that you have to be ashamed or frightened. It's more like they are frightened of themselves. So don't try to see it from their perspective.
No, that's very true. Absolutely. It'd be good. Interesting to see what happens once they enter the town.
What do you think? Why are we here?
Well, I believe, again, only based on what everyone else has been saying, this is a town of research. If it was me, I'd be careful not to dwell too deep into what they are researching. Get in, get supplies, get information, and get out.
No, I mean in general. Why do you think Remington did send us here?
Oh! Ooh. It reminds me of I don't know the name of it, but there was a story about a group of adventurers and a boat. And they went from place to place to place. There were 7 different things they had to do. They fought off huge giant creatures, skeletal beings with swords, and a giant dragon. Something with a golden fleece. I believe it is part of their task, their greater adventure. It is a test.
I heard it a lot lately. I don't think so, to be honest. May I ask you something?
Of course.
What have you done before we arrived at the Arcanum?
Ooh, a few things, Hatsu.
Tell me.
Mostly. Since the moment I arrived. Yeah. Most of the time I spent within the Undercroft, the library beneath the bookshop itself. When it was night and when it was dawn, I would go out and I would practice what I read. Tales of adventures. Those who went across the cosmos fighting what they believed to be right. There were things that shaped me into what and who I am now, and I'm very proud of who and what I am now. But I have much to learn. Much to learn.
What was the purpose of learning?
To better myself. There are things that I can do. To an extent, I understand better now. But I know there will things I will be able to do that at the moment scare me. Not because out of fear, but out of being able to control it. Being able to contain it. Before Rem met me, there was a specific moment that instilled an awakening, but also a hush of caution.
You saw the picture of the sakura tree that I made, right?
Beautiful.
Why do you think it has blossoms?
Ooh, well, the book you gave me about the flora, well, it's a bit into that, but I don't know the exact names of the seasons, they differ from region to region, but when the frost goes away, the tree grows and blossoms these leaves. And for a short period of time, they flow through the air. They make the streets of Shaganatoshi beautiful.
So you think the tree grows blossoms so people enjoy the beauty of it?
No, it's spreading its seed. But it is beautiful.
How does it do it, do you know?
Don't know the exact details, but when the leaves grow and they become loose, the wind carries it away.
That's what people think. Do you know what bees do?
They are part of a greater hive. They help the hive itself. There's like a little population inside the hive, and they help grow more and more and build honey and protect their queen.
You see, there was a time when the tree was only with the trees and the bees were only with the bees. But one day, a tree decided to provide for the bees, and they made beautiful nectars in the cherry blossoms. So the bees took that gift and helped the tree to spread the I don't know the English word.
Pollen?
Yeah, to spread the pollen to the other trees so they could also grow cherries.
Yeah.
You see, a tree can only grow cherries if it's pollinized by the other bees.
Okay.
So within that contract, the tree provides for the bee and the bee provides for the tree. So two separate became one circle, and they need each other, not because they have to, but it's a more enjoyable life for both of them. I think Remington did send us to this journey to learn that we are part of something that we might not understand yet, but a way to help us build links for a new relationship for a new time to come, when bees and trees become a unit.
I like that, Hatsu. I like adventuring you too. I like adventuring with everyone. It's really fun.
See, Eos, I want you to know, you are part of this. You are an important link to this. And that's the reason why it would be a waste when you just sit by yourself, learn the stuff for yourself, to only improve yourself. I think we also have to acknowledge that these people, even if they might hate us for now, they will need us more than we think they will.
It's true. Before the fracture, apparently, everyone cohabitated. Apparently. That's what the books say.
So in that case, I think we're both right. It might be a test, but it also might be a possibility to understand who we are in this.
For sure. You're very wise, Atsu. I would love to meet your teacher someday.
Oh, she will hurt you.
I'm into that.
You don't know what's coming. Trust
That's
me.
good.
Now I'm scared.
Fear keeps us alive.
That's not always the case. I'm afraid.
Do you need to use the shuffle?
Well, the sun rises, and the group is ready to begin a new day. Another short rest can be marked off. I always get sucked into RP, man. I also apologize for the cat screaming. I thought I had myself on mute and everyone stopped talking. I was like, oh, didn't mute myself again. Sorry about that. We are going to take a break. Take a break and make a cake. There is a prediction in chat for those of you who wish to do the boss fight. As always, on your end, again, thank you so much for the gifted subs. We appreciate you. We have an emote,
Love you,
and
man.
it's gifted sub, and there's like, I'm this close to just naming that the on your end emote, like, and literally just it's just crazy, man. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. This time I will make sure to do the predictions correctly, and for those of you impacted, I have your names down, and I will sort that out preferably after this room. I don't know how to reimburse gifted points. I apologize.
Corruption.
Bucket noob streamers.
I know, right? It's my fault. I wasn't in the room when it happened, and I thought Kian was sassing me when he said it, because it was so suspicious. Kian was like, "Oh, I won," and I was like, "Okay, well then I'll just vote in the opposite direction to Kian." This is clearly a lie. I
rolled too high on my deception check.
And I rolled too low on my insight check. I'm sorry. But for the rest of you,
You are inside.
You are inside. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate you. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back in 10. You have 10 minutes to defeat the boss. And we will see you shortly on the next day and the next leg of the adventure towards Dagtorp. Let's make a cake.
The Dagtorp.
Hell yeah, BRB. Hey, we are back. It is us, as expected. For those of you new to
Buenos dias, señores.
that was probably 1 second of your time. But for those of you in Twitch, thank you for sticking with us for all that time. We appreciate it. Actually gained viewers during our break. Is our break more entertaining than us? Do we have to consider that?
We run boss battles all the time.
As you guys pack away the campsite and prepare for the next leg of your journey, Slate huffing things on, tethering it down, make sure it's stuck to the sled correctly, as instructed.
Like, we just make him the workhorse when he's not here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was his whole thing. Like, he was like, okay, I'm going to make sure that nothing can go wrong and the DM can't fuck us at all. So anyway, you guys are uphill and the sled starts rolling away. No. Yeah, you're approaching Dagtorp.
I accept my faith.
It's early in the day, so I'm not sure what order you guys want to do things in. But I went with the initial plan, which was given to me, which was that you'll be there around halfway through the next journey, which puts you there at about midday, 1 p.m.-ish.
So, as we're moving and talking, I guess.
Walking and talking.
Walking and talking. Hey, I'm talking here.
So loud.
Eos just beats the shit out of Dash.
You're not even using magic. What the hell?
Got a sword
Oh my god. There is a darkness
and
in
a
here.
hammer and a
Knew it.
dagger.
How do you guys
And a
want to How do you guys want to tackle Dagtorp?
So, myself and Lissa were talking. Should we avoid all of us going into Dagtorp entirely? And just have the two of us go in? Are you guys okay with that if we go in and get supplies and rations and gather what insight we can?
Some towns have tolls, so yeah, 2 would be cheaper.
It's the cost and more for...
Yes, that's what it
Safety.
is. Hmm.
Did we all just simultaneously realize that Eos has been robbed multiple times going into towns? Is that what just happened?
Don't think I've ever...
broke. I will never financially recover from.
Do
Well,
you
we're talking-
remember the coat you bought last time?
Yes.
It's like that. So just be aware. There might not many people.
I mean, I would
left
never
in
try
that
to
area.
rip off small traders. They deserve to, make a
He
bit extra.
turns to Alyssa. Please take care. We don't have that much to spend.
I think in a shitty small town like this, I can probably get it back pretty quickly.
But what if it's one of those like really shitty towns that are really expensive?
Even better, there's more money to take.
Well,
I
they
see why
also
he likes
need.
you.
Please
You call
consider
me a
they
thief,
also
yes.
might need some money to go through these hard winters. You know?
That depends on what kind of people they are.
I tell you what, if they
I know.
accept Eos for her true form, they can keep the gold. If they don't, I can keep the gold. That sounds fair.
I like that plan.
They're a symptom of the problem, but they might not be the problem. Just consider it.
Oh my god, I just got schooled by Hatsu. That's a good line, I like that. Furiously takes notes. Yeah.
So, we're all okay with that plan then? Very well.
But Ashley's trying hard, man.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright
he's the only
then.
person who responds. She's like, yes, Dash, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, Ayami.
It's Ayami.
Very polite of you, Ayami. Sorry.
She literally just did something real nice for you and you just spat on her.
Doubt. Well then. Yes, yes.
It's okay, Dash. I was just gonna ask, how are you still alive after all these years? But keep going.
Is this our first question every day? I feel like it is.
Any extra day we get in Balbrot, to be fair, is one extra than you would expect.
Are you sure your mother was a tailor?
She is a tailor.
She's so man. Anyway, yeah, the one of the observations you'll make as you and Lissa enter the town together, she looks well rested. She was not awoken last night.
Breaks the fourth wall to stare at Richard.
It's somewhere in space and time. Richard's like not caring about it whatsoever.
You're going to pay every session from now on after because of that.
that's you've just locked it in there.
He's playing the long game. Anyway, I can't trust him after that Thiago incident. Anyway.
Revenge comes in many shapes and sizes and through many campaigns.
Yes.
You and Lissa enter Dagtorp. I can't really ask you to tell me what you see, so I guess I can explain. Dagtorp is quite a small wooden town. It's like mostly made of wood, which is pretty detrimental if there is fire hurtling towards you from a volcano, but it's just the way shit is. This is a very small town, approximately like 200 people. There isn't much going on. As you enter, there is a sign that says Dagtorp on it, and underneath it says, "The flames of the mountain are our life." It's the town motto. They have a little flag that's flying high, a red and orange flag with a stylized volcano in the center. It's an isolated village. Because of the way it's located and where it's situated, it's pretty exposed to the elements. It's not against a mountain, it's not pressed against anything, it's quite open, but it's far back from the mountains. This is likely a choice. It was founded to be a research station. We've discussed this already. And the town itself looks that way. It looks built for purpose. It looks built in a hurry so that things can just happen. And it looks like in all the many, 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 many years that this town has been here, it mostly has just gone through repairs rather than rebuilds. Additional buildings have obviously come along, but mostly in the style of these old wooden buildings. It's made up of wooden cabin logs, very few stone buildings scattered throughout, and the locals are kind of self-sufficient, most of them relying on hunting and gathering for food. The economy is not thriving here. This is not a place with a lot of stores and a lot of anything going on. But what you do take in is this. They have a bakery called the Molten Crust. They have a bookshop called Volcano's Whisper. They have a butcher just called Dagtorp Meats. They wanted to get away from that whole volcano thing. Why not? They have a bowyer and fletcher called the Ashen Arrow. They have a carpenter called Timber's Ember. They have a cartographer called the Lava's Path.
I really lean into that volcano thing.
They are. It's almost their whole thing. They do have a cobbler called the Lava Stompers, which I quite like. It made me laugh when I wrote the name. They have a general store, a herbalist, an inn. They have stables. They have a tailor. Oop, sorry. I have to scroll down here. They have a tailor at table. They also have tables. They have a tailor, a tavern. They have a temple, and a tool maker. The rest of the town is consisted of housing. Again, population of roughly 200 people, so it's not a massive town. They do have their own local authority, like a guard, and that guard seems to be kind of very... You know when you watch a Western and there's like a sheriff and there's like one sheriff or maybe like a deputy as well, and the deputy does all the work kind of thing? That's kind of where we're at here. We're in Yellowstone in that sense.
So Deadwood.
Deadwood. Sorry, not even Yellowstone. Sorry, Deadwood's what I meant. Yes. I'm so glad you caught that, because I would have got hate for that. I meant Deadwood.
I love Westerns like that, so yeah.
The temple, any signs of who the temple is dedicated to, or is it kind of a multi-god situation?
It is also dedicated to Minerva, similar to the one in...
Penzance?
Thank you, Penzance, yes. There are different temples to different places, but the temple often gives insight into what this place is about. Again, this one is about the flow of things and the creation of things and the movement of things, so that would be why Minerva would be the dominant god here. Each town has its own thing. Yeah,
makes sense. The people, I assume they're dressed in winter clothing. My assumption would be it's not high-end winter clothing. It's bog standard, worn for many years. Would that be correct to say?
Like, let's call it multi-purpose fashion, in the sense that it's built for longevity and built to last, but it's also built from use all the parts of the buffalo, like quite literally. It is made of fur from their hunts and from their kills. They basically use everything they can here. That's a very important part of what they do.
Okay. And all human?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are we getting, as we enter the town, are we drawing any looks?
It's just you and Lissa, right? So no, not really. I mean, there's whispers that you wouldn't pick up on. Is he wearing sunglasses? But that's about it.
Well, if it's daytime, I would have taken the sunglasses off.
In that case, you really won't hear the whispers because they don't happen.
Good.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do from here and where you want to go. The town is your oyster of sorts.
A very important question. Does he have, like, ski goggles, like sunburn? Like, is it white here and then the rest of his face is bright red?
If he says that he doesn't wear them during the day, I guess no, but I was building up to that at some point, so he ruined it for me.
All right.
No, not you. He did. By taking them off.
I will just point out, as Kian, I've done that. I've had Batman sunburned my forehead while snowboarding. So, learning from my own experience, not doing that to Dash.
That's metagaming. He gets the sunburn.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll turn to Lissa and supplies or information first.
How would I know? I'm just looking at the people's pockets. It doesn't look very... It's a bit sparse. It's not really my scene. I can't really rob people of their fur coats, I guess.
Well, you could, but that seems a bit mean even by our standards.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, shit. We should have pulled our gold from the party. How much do you have on you?
A woman never tells.
Sorry, broke up there.
A woman never tells. I have gold. That's all you need to know. I don't trust you with numbers.
That's wise. Okay.
What do we need? Did we take a tally of our resources? Do we have some sort of running, like a ledger with, information, perhaps? Like, what do we need? What do we want? What are we here for? What does this town even do?
We need rations, food for as much as we can get, I suppose, and carry. I think we're okay for kind of hard resources. Otherwise, we don't need shoes or clothes. Not that I can think of. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Rations, really. That's
rations. That's what I meant, sorry.
Yeah. General rations, so... Do you want to go to the bakery and get something sweet, or just go to the general store and see what they have?
Yes, I'd rather go there. And she points to this sort of 2 to 3 story old building. So it's got a main floor and a secondary floor, and then sort of a towery thing that comes out the top with an additional floor, attic space type thing that's pointed. This is very much a tavern inn. Called the Molten Mug.
First. Molten Mug. Alright then. Fiona, shall we?
Oh, yeah, shit, I forgot about that. She walks in, she looks around, but her main take is the big warm fire, and she fucking beelines to it. She heads over, she sits down at the nearby table, she puts her shoes up, snow falls off. People look around at her like, the hell, because you don't put your shoes in the furniture normally, but, Fiona do what Fiona do. And she takes a look at she looks at the fire, and then she just puts her hand behind her head, and she just sits back for a second.
Right, well, looking around, can I make out it's a table service kind of place, or do you go to the bar and order?
You definitely go to the bar and order, yeah.
Yeah, thought so. Alright, well, I'll mosey on up to the bar then, and just kind of lean on the bar. Is there a barkeep?
Yeah, there is. There's a gentleman there who is like kind of a bushy beard, kind of trimmed hair back, and he looks tanky. He looks broad, big dude. In his belt, he has like a dagger stowed in and stuff like that, and he's wearing kind of just a shirt. He's not wearing much. The sleeves rolled up. Looks like he's used to just manual labor in the bar,
I shall try to catch his eye. Sorry, sir.
Well, while you're doing that, I mean, it would be rude, not to put average tavern music on for such a place, But I'll get that going, and then we'll jump in. So while you're there, the tavern's a little crowded. Like, there's people in the back, and they're like kind of talking and stuff. This seems like an active place. People are here for lunch, right? He looks over towards you, and he's sort of just like, "How are you, friend?"
I'm Very well, thank you very much. Just kind of passing through, looking for a bit of warmth and sustenance.
Oh, yes.
Take a break.
Well, you're in the right place. What can I get for you? What do you want?
2 mugs of ale, I guess. What have you got on the menu?
Yeah, probably would actually help if I just showed you. So I will just send it to yourself for now. Basically what they have is a fine selection of meats, chilies, and alcohol. Their specialty, or every town has its own kind of specialty. This one is the Ashen Ale, and the Lava Brew, and the Volcanic Stew. These are all things that will burn the shit out of you.
Ashen Ale, okay. Well, I've 2 cups of the Ashen Ale. I'm with the one that's put her shoes on the furniture. I can only apologize for that. That's, yeah.
Yeah. It's not the norm around here, but we'll, I guess, allow it.
It's not the norm in most places, to be fair. I thought I'd taught a bit on that, but here we are.
Is she,
busy in here?
I assume, with you?
Oh, that's my sister. Yeah, Fiona, I'm Finn.
Well, welcome, Finn. I'm sure you'll fit right in. What brings you to our fine little town?
Traveling merchant. I'm coming from Palbroth, just kind of on a, call it an exploratory.
It's always
mission.
the way.
Always the way. Do you have much interaction from Palbroth here?
Not really. They don't really tend to come out to these parts. They are more, used to the warmth, so I guess you're more of an adventurer in that way, huh?
In a way, though, very much more used to the warmth. This is fucking freezing, if I do say so.
Yeah. And this is like the warmth. Wait until we get to the cold season.
This, what?
Yeah, this is like, summertime, I guess. Late summer.
Oh, fuck. Well, I better not spend too much time out around here then. Good. Grand. Okay. Sorry, what's your name?
My name is, Havard, but most people just call me Stone.
Stone. That's a fucking cool name.
It's just my surname.
Either way, still pretty cool. I can't say I know much about Dagtorp. I know it's a research spot, but sorry, curiosity has me. What's actually being researched out here? I mean, there's just snow and trees.
You don't think it's advantageous to research snow and trees?
I come from Balbaros. We have sand and sand.
Well, a long time ago, the town was founded by the great Regulus Decker, and he and his family spent a long time researching here. They were originally building as close as possible to the volcano, to the Molten Crown, but you know how it is. It's a bit of a trek, a bit of a journey, so the best way to get there by land, I guess, is from here.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
I mean, if you really want to get there, you just take through the research station there in the middle of town. You just hop on the minecart track, the rail. It'll take you straight there.
To the volcano?
Yeah, it takes a few hours. It's a little dull. There isn't much to do there. It's more touristy than anything. You can't really get that far in. The researchers don't let you, but yeah.
Touristy? You get a lot of tourists here?
We got enough to keep us going. We're a stopping off point, I guess, when people are heading to Broaderdeer.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. A volcano is tourist. Is that not dangerous?
Well, I mean, you know, it's dangerous if it explodes. It hasn't exploded historically that many times, so.
That many times, but it still does it. I'm not. You might tell I'm not really used to this.
Well, if it does explode, you won't have to worry about it. Just look at it that way.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Thank you. Right, well, I'll take the ales over. I must grab some coin off her. How much do I owe you?
I don't know because you haven't bought anything. You just buy through the thing. So you'll reach into your pocket and instead of your journal, you'll just find a gold piece. So you have 1 gold.
Okay. Just done it again. Sorry, I closed the thingy.
When you said that, like, you haven't ordered yet, like, I imagine this, like, absolute backwards town, but, like, they've got this whole electronic system where you go and order on
like
the fucking...
McDonald's?
Yeah. It's like, you haven't ordered yet. Where do I do it? On the big thing that says order here?
Dash just cut the queue, man.
There's no items showing in that.
There's no items showing in that? Oh, okay.
No.
I don't know. We'll just say you stocked up for the gold. So you've got, like... You can have ale, beer, ashen ale, dragonfire chili, bill, bread, brisket, burger, cheese, chips, fries, ember roasted pork, ember wine, forge fire whiskey, raspberry juice,
just go the ashen ale for them.
Am I the only one that's getting fucking hungry and listening to this stuff? Like,
it's gonna be worse.
And
It's
burgers,
worse, brother.
and,
It's gonna be so worse because there's fucking pictures.
I'll just a couple of mugs of the ashen ale for the moment, and I'll check in with my sister.
Your sister? Oh, interesting. Is she single?
To my knowledge, yes.
Interesting. I'll mosey on over later, and I'll introduce myself. I think it'll be nice to meet the local populace.
Might be. Sure.
He just pours out 2 of these things, and where it's dark like Guinness, but at the top it froths over, and it looks almost like there's steam rising from it as these ashen ales are poured.
Oh, that looks good. Wonderful.
Dark ale, I should point out for the podcast listeners.
Yes.
Yeah, so you take one over to Lissa, and you sit down, and she's basically asleep in front of the fire like a cat.
Well, I'll just leave her be for the moment. I just want to kind of quietly eavesdrop and see what kind of stories I'm picking up, who's talking a lot, anyone particularly brash and loud or braggadocious.
Sure, perception.
I'm so good at that. I'm going to take my inspiration on that one because that's even for me. That's bad. Yeah. That's better. 18.
That's much better. As you go to listen, Lissa just starts talking, and like she's just like, oh, so what did he have to say? And then you just like tune it out, and you're just like, 1 sec, and you like turn around, and you just start listening to people. Most of what people are talking about is how hungry they are, how it's been a long day and stuff like that. These are hardworking people. Everybody in this town works really hard. Everybody's also very, very human. The general information that you pick up is that a lot of the researchers are out of town at the moment. They're or not necessarily out of town, but they're at the volcano at the moment, doing some research on stuff, and that it's been pretty quiet without them here. That the town itself, they hope they have enough supplies and stuff to make it through winter. Yeah, that's about it, I think. There isn't too much else for them to be just openly talking about.
Can I get a read on when they're mentioning the researchers? What's the tone like? Is it kind of like, oh yeah, those pretty cool researchers, or those fucking researchers, we hate those guys?
I think they just talk about it like it's a normal thing, the way you would just talk actively about having a sibling or something like that. It's just something that's there, or you just talk about the shopkeep or something. It's just something that's there. It's not something that like they're particularly I don't know, like I don't know the term. I guess you just take it for granted that they're there. It's not something that you would openly push.
Cool. Then
they're not mad about it. Like,
yeah. Cool. You mentioned they said they're worried about supplies for the winter.
Yep.
Okay. Does the Sun King have jurisdiction here? I can't remember if I've asked before or not.
The Sun King has jurisdiction everywhere.
Okay.
I'll make it
Okay,
easier
cool.
for you. You turn over the coins that you got back in change, and one of them has a little crown symbol at the top, which usually means that they are represented by that
Cool.
part of things. Yeah.
Okay. Should we order some food here? I kind of feel bad getting a hot meal while the rest of them are. You want the stew, don't you?
Well, we could go get them, but I would think that if we went back on empty stomachs, famished, what could fall upon us? Wouldn't it be better if we had full stomachs and energy?
Yeah, you talk a good game. Also, genuinely, I just kind of whisper this bit. I do not think they would be very welcome here. Just looking around the crowd that is here.
Yes,
they
they do
seem-
seem more our style.
They seem like good enough folk, but interesting. They seem concerned about supplies for the winter, which tells me that our gracious king. I'll kind of say that a little bit louder. Doesn't offer much in the way of support out here. And as I mentioned, kind of gracious king, I'm keeping an eye to see if any heads turn or pick up on that.
I'll get another perception check from you, or possibly actually change that. I'm going to say insight check, because you're gleaming people's intentions.
Stuck on a 19 and fell over to a 3 for a 4.
Okay. It's hard to tell. This is a busy place, and you're trying to look at a lot of faces and stuff like that. Lissa, you look back at her, and she's just salivating because she's watching people get like bowls of chili and things made, and she's hungry. She's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll make it. It's fine. Or I'll buy it. I mean, it's fine. She gets up and she goes and she starts talking to the bartender.
Okay. Cool. Is there anyone kind of seated nearby? I'm kind of particularly curious about those who've referenced supplies for the winter.
Yeah, they'd be nearby. They'd be a table or two over, sure.
Well, I just kind of make my way over to them. Sorry, I just forgive me if this is rude. I overheard you mention that you might not have supplies for the winter in the town.
Are you listening to a conversation?
I just overheard. I was sitting quietly and, pick up some words. That just seems odd to me. Do you not get support from the monarchy?
The fucking monarchy here. No. This
Forgive me.
This is a research station at best. In their eyes, it's not, well, their responsibility.
I think it would be their responsibility. I mean, forgive me. I'm from Palperoth, and like
that makes a lot of more sense. Yeah, I should guess.
he throws parties all the year full of food and wine, and it just seems a bit. Why would he spend all the money there and not help out here? It's a little bit odd.
You are starting to get the opinion that your words are being taken as you attend a lot of the king's parties where he spends a lot of the money that he should be sending here, and they are starting to get a little bit frustrated more. You're getting the wrong response to what you're saying, and you realize how it sounds.
No, that's kind of the response I was going for.
Fair enough.
Anyway, sorry to intrude. It just seemed unfair, I guess. And
real
not
fucking
what I
unfair.
expected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to disturb you. I'll leave you be.
As you get up to walk away, you look over and Lissa's just like laughing, and she like hits the arm of the bartender, and she's just having a good time.
She's robbing him blind, isn't she?
Maybe. But with that in mind, the guy behind you's like, no, why don't you stay for a drink, friend?
Is that? Why would you like?
He pulls over one of the empty glasses sitting next to the open pitcher on the table. He pours one and he slides it towards the edge of the table.
I'll grab it then, I guess.
Go on, friend. try the local cuisine.
Very well. And I'll take a decent mouthful of it.
Just for no reason at all, gonna get a Constitution saving throw.
I figured you might, yeah. That is an 8.
Man. What is with your rolls today, brother?
Okay, 1 nat 20, and that's it.
With an 8, you are trying to contain how fucking hot this is, but you cough and you splutter a little bit, and to anyone around you, although you may not notice it because you can't see your own face, you are kind of almost glowing red here. You're kind of choking on it a little bit, but
That is a hearty beverage.
yeah,
Goodness.
it's one that's better sipped, friend.
Absolutely. My God, you are definitely made of stern stuff out here. Sorry, forgive. My name is Finn. I probably should have introduced myself. I'm a merchant out of Palperoth.
A merchant. And what is it you sell, Finn?
Well, I kind of sent on a research mission, for want of a better wording, just kind of to see what is available, I suppose, on the outer edges.
Let me tell you, nothing here is available.
You don't have any goods that you sell to other places?
It's a research station.
Well, I mean, Volcanus in general, just stopping off here on our way further south.
They, one of them sighs really loudly and the other one just looks back at you. There's almost a point where you've been in situations where you've been on the street and you have felt that people were about to take a swing at you, and you can feel that bubbling up, that there's like a tension here. Not necessarily he's about to stand up, flip the table, and just punch you in the face, but like that there's a want here of that. And as he sort of gestures to move forward, knowing that this is a stand-up position of potentially something about to happen, you hear Finn, and you look over and you see Fiona standing there. She gestures with her head this way.
And as I'm going, I'll start making my way. Sorry, gentlemen, I appear to have disturbed your peace with my references earlier. I don't mean it that way. Just in Palperoth, they kind of claim that the crown is there to protect us from some sort of darkness, but they never question who put the darkness there in the first place. I'll leave you be. I must go to my sister. Enjoy your day.
There's a moment's sort of silence as you walk away, and you just hear in the background, wanker. As you head off towards her, she's like, well, I got a few things sorted for us. Room, board, and enough food to feed this entire tavern.
Wonderful. Got a few things sorted for us as well. There's no loyalty to the crown here. That much is absolutely clear.
Is that your first question whenever you walk into any tavern?
It wasn't really a question, more of an insight check, I guess.
Yes, well, I think we have some safe space for our compatriots. I told them that we were traveling with several others, and that we would need enough room for them all, so they gave us the top floor, and we can stay here for 2 days.
2 days. Wonderful. Good. I guess we come in later when there's plenty cover.
Sure. They're working on the food, though, so I think we should go get them. We have a room
now?
over there to eat privately. I thought it might suit best if we only have an hour with Eos looking slightly different. It's probably best that if she suddenly changes, that she's not sitting in front of the entire tavern.
Okay.
I have to say he was quite facilitating and quite accommodating. He seemed eager to just have some conversations later, so...
Yes, darling, I think he wants to get into your pants.
Who doesn't?
I'm probably not the right one to ask.
I can go and acquire the rest of the party. Do you want to do some reconnaissance here? It's going to take them about an hour to make our food.
Yeah, I might go check out that research station.
Alright, meet you back here in an hour.
Sounds good. Checks the watch. 1 hour.
She looks at her wrist, mocking you, and has no watch. But she leaves, because she knows how to keep track of time. She heads off into the direction of where the group were. Not too far out, but it will take her a little while to get there. So Dash, I'll start with you. As we leave this cozy tavern. What do you want to do?
The research station's in the middle of town. Is it quite obvious which one is the research station?
Yeah, there's a big building kind of central to the town. You like from a distance you would almost confuse it as maybe a chapel, a church, something like that, but it seems to actually be something more specific.
Well, and can I see if there is people there?
Yeah, there's busy, yeah.
It's busy. Okay, and does it look like they would be checking who's going in and out?
Yeah, probably. There's a lot of smoke coming from this particular building in puffs, so it like every so often will emit a waft of smoke that then dissipates or vanishes. So there's something going on within it. But yeah, there are people outside that are checking entrance, but I would say not in the way of like security where they're just doing pat downs and checking people. I think more in the way of you go to Disneyland, you stand in a queue. I mean, this isn't Disneyland, but it is something, and people go there. So it's not just like it's part of it's open to the public and part of it isn't. That's what you got from the bartenders. So the part that's open to the public, I guess, is what people are queuing for.
Cool. Right. Well, I'll make my way there then.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. The rest of you, as he's heading there, and you look down upon Dagtorp, it's a beautiful place. Like it's in an embankment that's a little lower, but it has no major or massive protection from the elements. So when you see things like smoke come from the building, or you see things that happen, it's very impacted by the weather around it. The tree line that's around it looks like it may have once been greater, and now it's kind of not sparse. There are trees and there are things because they clearly take care of the environment around them, but it shows you kind of, with this being the baseline of what they've done, they have the town, they have trees, they have a small body of water, so clearly they do a lot in terms of like breaking the ice or melting the ice to get fish and keep the fish alive. They replant the trees that they use, and they are very smart with the environment around them that they're using. They're not new to this. This is a place that has sustained itself for many, many years, and they clearly have ways of doing that. Dash, as you enter get to the research station, there's a woman standing there. You want to go on the rail?
Not on the rail, no. Sorry, my name is Julian Decker. I'm just here kind of for look around.
Oh, that is definitely a deception check because... Oh, actually, I'll just explain it here. 13?
13.
Decker of the Decker family, is it?
Loosely related.
Very loosely, I imagine.
Yeah, the name filters out. But just kind of tracing back family ancestry led me here.
Yeah, well, it's 2 silver. Very worth it, though, I assure you.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, here you go. I'll hand over 2 silver.
Okay. Excuse me. She opens the door. Excuse me. She opens the door and lets you through. And when you go in, it's like this big, open, amazing space. It's quite wondrous and amazing, really. Like, you're looking at what is this, like, room that's filled with pictures and this sort of rail network and people walking around and moving back and forth and doing things. There's obviously things like restrooms, but there's also like it's almost merch. Like, there's just stuff that's here that people would, spend their hard-earned coins on. I think you said shillings. Spend their hard-earned coins on. What throws you a little bit, because you picked the best possible place to do this, there is pictures of the Decker lineage here, because these are the people who built this town, and this is something that has been tracked right up to, all the way from Regulus right up to Samuel, and there's like tons of pictures throughout the decades since almost the dawn of what would be year zero here.
Wonderful. Oh, cousin Samuel. I haven't seen him in must be years since I've seen him. Fantastic. I just kind of
she has closed the door at this point. You're just sticking to it, Matt.
I'll just meander my way through. This has been. I knew it would be worth coming here. This is fantastic. What other kind of
with you? You're just speaking out to the crowd.
I'm just kind of make sure I'm speaking to myself, not directly at anyone. So what can I make out while I'm in here? Any rooms that seem off limits?
No, nothing majorly off limits here. Like, there's nothing here that would be like that, because it's a very direct thing. It seems to funnel people in one way and out the other. Again, akin to Disneyland, it has a clear entrance and a clear exit, and when a rail comes in or a rail goes out, it is powered, the front thing of it's like an engine almost that's powered by steam, and that is the big puffs of smoke you see as they come through. It gets filtered through a system in the ceiling that then pops at the top.
Okay, wonderful. So there's just pictures and pictures of the Decker lineage, and anything,
and like a big picture in the center that looks like kind of the molten crown itself. Yeah.
Okay, and anything on kind of research results, major breakthroughs, or anything like that they've had here?
No, nothing like that. They wouldn't really put that up there. They're like, actually, there might be something to that for Dash, I guess, or there might be something that you're kind of poking at as Kian in this case. But you know very little about the achievements of this place, yet somehow it has maintained its station, been open, and sustained itself for a long time. It gets enough foot traffic for a place like this, so people come here to see this. It's something people travel to see or come to. Like, not in droves and droves and droves. We're not talking hundreds of thousands of people a day. There are people, though. Some of them live here, some of them work here, some of them are visitors to this place. That's certainly a thing. But it is not something you actually know the purpose of beyond what you've been told.
Cool. So is there that one that let me in? I assume she's still outside. She closed it up from the outside.
Yeah, she's talking to someone else at this point.
Cool. Is there any other staff that are here?
Yeah, towards the rail there would be.
I'll just go up to them. So, what? What does this place actually do? I'm sure this isn't just a ferry to the volcano and back. What's
a ferry? No, this is you sit in a cart and off you go. Takes a couple hours. You get there.
Is that it? I thought there was research done here.
This is the entranceway to the research station. It leads to where the research station actually is. We just call this the research station so that people know where to go.
Oh, so the research station's at the end of the rail?
Light's always at the end of the tunnel, my friend.
Oh, that's a long way to go. What do they do up there?
Research. At a station.
What research, though? The research could be anything.
Yes, it could be anything. It's mostly to do with the volcano. Trying to figure out ways to understand it so that we don't all one day get cremated alive.
Would it not make more sense just to move away from it?
Well, the fear is that one day we may not be able to move far away from it enough. This is a central point to all of the Isles, and if the explosion were big enough, we fear that it would wipe the Isles out completely. Also, it's made of a weird stone that isn't quite native to any other part of the Isles so far discovered, and we want to know why.
Weird stone?
Yeah, weird stone. What's weird about that? Do you not know why you're here?
I'm not from here.
Alperoth?
Yeah.
Got it from the outfit and the voice.
And the general not having a fucking clue about anything outside of that city. Yes, very. Yeah, we give ourselves away. Yeah.
Well, most people from around here would know what this place is, and other people tend to care. The way it works is we have research to understand our world better. Most places have that in their own locale. We just have it here because we can't get any closer to the volcano from anywhere else.
Okay, so if I wanted to find out about significant breakthroughs, I'd have to go up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you have a ticket, so I mean, you should use it.
I should. How long is this valid for?
Until you walk out that door, I suppose.
Shit. I have friends that are coming.
Should have probably checked that before you bought the ticket.
I should have. But,
Two silver is not that cheap. I guess you're from Balparoth, so probably money doesn't really matter, right?
Can I do an insight check on him just to get his... Is he, like, similar? I'm assuming he is, but... That is a 15.
Didn't know you could roll double digits.
I know, yeah. Makes a change.
Yeah, you... On an inside, I meant. Yeah, no, with the check... He's pretty sassy to you just because you're from Balparoth. He doesn't really care much beyond that because he assumes you don't care much beyond that, so...
His general kind of outfit is he, I assume, not a man of means relative to
No,
what I've
he's
seen
an
about
employee here. They're wearing kind of a uniform of sorts. They all look kind of like they're kind of wearing the same clothes so that it's easier to identify them here, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination anything like fancy. Outside, she was wearing warmer clothes than he's wearing in here. In here, it's actually quite warm, to be fair. The constant activity of carts and different things makes it pretty warm. So.
I'm just going to put the ticket back in my pocket. It's rather tough living out here, isn't it?
I'm not sure you would understand, but yeah, it can be. But I got to give you props. You're at least trying to understand things outside your own world.
I'm not from the wealthier parts of Balparoth. I'll be straight with you. I've encountered a couple of people here who seem to be, shall we say, less than impressed by the show of wealth that goes on in that city.
I mean, yeah, they will just beat the shit out of you and take whatever you've got, man.
Is that the general feeling in Volcanos towards the monarchy?
Well, they don't get much from the monarchy directly, so take what you can, I suppose.
Absolutely. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I'll shake his hand.
He'll wipe his hand after you shake it off his pants.
Fair enough. And I'll leave.
As you leave, they just take the ticket back.
Yeah, have it back. No worries. Grand.
There's just another person out there. Hope you enjoyed your trip.
It was lovely, thank you. Alright.
Is there anything else you want to do with the remaining minutes, or are you going to head back?
I'll probably head back to the tavern again and wait for the party there.
Yeah, I will say that as you get back, it's not a long wait. The rest of the party, you're able to enter the town. Slate's going to take care of the sled and put it somewhere, and he'll meet you later. Just for the sake of making it a bit easier, I'll send Ayami with him, just so there's two people.
As PCs to DM?
Yeah, exactly. With that, then, Eos, my question would fall to you. How are you entering this town?
As the sun sets, she prepares her magical cloak. As far as she's concerned, she's going to try and stealth. First
Be a
off.
little bit before sunset. I know that was your original plan.
Shenanigans. She will sit below a tree and wait. Stop.
Okay, she's gonna chill. Okay.
Because spells 1 week.
Of course. I mean, you could still try and snake in. It's not a big town, but it's like, yeah, it's still a bit before sunset because they went in about midday 1. would have gone to the tavern, done that. By the time they're coming back to get you, you're talking 2:30. Sunset, you're a few hours out.
She is kinda at the tree, and Hatsu picks up that she's kinda hesitant and doesn't really understand how to approach, and he would move over and hand her gently like one of his bandanas, and he would assist her to kinda look a little bit more like Hatsu and Ayame would look like, so she would fit in how they look.
Okay. Do you have a disguise kit or anything? Do you have anything like that? No. Okay.
No.
Then I won't make you roll for it necessarily. That's okay. So you're just you're doing this RP wise. Cool. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. My scarf only goes below the nose because I can't see through cloth. Thank you. This is so nice.
Well, you always welcome in the Toshitsugu family, Ios.
Thank you. She excitedly puts it on, and she, for reasons to herself, kind of walks with a slightly like.
Yes. While you have that on, I would advise that you, when entering this town.
Oh, you're back.
Still, well, she went to get you, so yeah. Well, I would advise that you take heed some caution. Just play it safe. They may still investigate if you ruffle the wrong feathers.
Oh, I'm not touching anyone.
Just play it safe. I want you to be safe, yes.
Thank you.
She leads you back to the tavern, and as you get in there, Dash, you're just leaning against the door, waiting to be let into the room. And the barkeep comes over with a big smile, and he's like, "Hey, you guys are back!" He walks straight to listen. So, it's good to see you. It's good that you're back. I waited to make sure that none of the food got eaten. You know, I don't really know this guy, you know. Yeah. He opens the door. All right. Bon appetit, as they say somewhere not from here. He opens the door, and there's a table with so much food, man. The food itself is just like, there's roast boar, there's chicken, there's like other things that aren't roast boar or chicken, you know? There's a lot of food. More specifically, like omelets, salads, volcanic stew. There is chicken jerkies, there's wines, there's alcohols, there's waters on the table. There are just normal things like briskets, burgers, bread. It looks like quite the feast.
Damn, I'm hungry.
Eos will first take salad, then bread, and she wants the stew. And some sparkling water.
Nice.
Forcing into that stew and bread and it'll be lovely.
The tavern is still crowded, but as you enter, the door closes a little bit. It gives you guys some privacy from the rest of the tavern, so it's easier for some members of this party to eat, but that may not be why they close the door. It's just for privacy. Lissa sorted all of this out earlier.
So you're so kind to arrange this. Thank you so much. That clearly did nothing.
Does he have a...
What do you think?
Well, Hatsu is quite hungry because the rations weren't in a volume. Like, these power balls are small, but they dense, you know? These rations that they had were quite not what he needs to
like
burn calories.
Yeah.
So, as they are private and he kind of is tinkering around with his new abilities anyway, he would try something new. He would cast Minor Illusion, and he would make it that there is like a Hatsu face above the Hatsu face. And he would sneak like bread and some stuff under his mask.
So it looks like you have your mask on, even though you're eating. You've lifted your mask behind the veil, but you have an illusion around it so nobody can see. That is fucking smart, man. Take your inspiration. Smart. I like the use of it. That's creative use of that magic. Go for it, pal. It's awesome.
Madriana, I have quite confidently established that there is definitely no love for the monarchy out here. We thought that anyway, but these folk are relatively abandoned in the winter months.
And what about love for uniqueness?
I haven't detected any specific animosity, but
you don't exactly look different, do you?
exactly. It wouldn't be the easiest thing to ascertain without arousing suspicion. Didn't want to straight up ask, what do you think of those magic folk, you know?
Why not? You normally do.
Do I?
He was giving a cold stare towards Dash.
I think everybody's staring at Dash.
You can be blunt sometimes, for sure.
I was blunt enough trying to get a feeling towards Palbroth here. At that point I was towing the line of starting a scrap, and I thought best not to push it.
Lester, tell me, did he fuck up?
Well, we're not dead yet, so I'll assume he did all right.
I got what I wanted.
Which
Interesting.
was-
So, are we safe? Or did you just want to find out if you have allies against the king?
Both.
It's a fair question.
We're safe here for the moment.
Personally, I
What did you
wouldn't-
find out then?
Sorry, there's two voices.
I mean, what did you find out then?
Well, there's a minecart that goes up to the top of the volcano where all the researchers are currently. So if we do ever want to get insight into what's being researched, we can get a ticket. Takes a couple of hours to get up there and find out what they're doing. The volcano is made of a very special kind of stone, they said, that's not of this earth. Everyone's fairly hardy here. Hard workers, good hearts it seems. But I'm not confident they would welcome magical folk.
I'm also not confident that they have much in the way of wealth for me to
No.
take with us.
The effort it would take wouldn't be worth the reward.
Oh, there's something around here worth the reward. Just can't find it.
Not with these
I
people.
mean, there must be a way to finance these researchers, right?
Yes, but the researchers aren't here at the moment, so hard to get a read on where their income would come from.
Well, who controls that? Who
I-
sends the researchers away?
I'm going to guess, judging by the family lineage being plastered all over the research station, that it's going to be Decker.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
And the wealth is not here because it is sitting in his big old vault.
Exactly. So
Well, they
whatever
have a facility on this part of the islands.
they do. But
You know there's more
Probably
to
dangerous
wealth than
for us.
just gold.
well, yes, of course, there's property and possessions and clothing, I guess, investments.
What about respect?
Honor, faith.
Oh,
Res- I mean, that's wonderful ideology, but in practical terms, not going to help you out much.
I lived my entire life so far on knowledge and reading. My mother doesn't sell many books, but the shop succeeds.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
Yes. Did your mother just create a bookshop so you'd have stuff to read?
No, it's not hers. It's my
Oh.
great. That goes on a bit. Grandmother's.
Are your folks like you?
Some were. My mother was not. Like blips.
And I assume they were persecuted.
Unfortunately.
Anyway, the point is that money isn't everything, Dash.
I know it's not everything, but try telling that to these fuckers. Not these fuckers. Those fuckers. They unfortunately have the power.
This could be a college of volcano.
No, I don't mean the researchers. I mean Decker, the king, the king's friends, the king's family.
Have you ever
King's
thought that not
stooges.
many people like him?
I'm getting the feeling, and I'm quite hopeful, that
You're
very few
proactively
do.
asking people, do they like something? You're insinuating that you like them by asking.
Oh, not asking straight up, do you like the king? I'm trying to see how they react to references to him, and so far, the reactions have been negative. What I'm trying to ascertain is those who are kind of trodden on by those in power could be potential allies to others who are trodden on by those in power, if you get what I'm trying to say.
So you trying to create a rebellion?
That would be a very, very difficult thing to do. I'm trying to see where loyalties lie, because the poor of the world have a lot more in common with the magic users of the world than they do with those who control the world.
I don't understand your comparisons, to be honest.
I don't get it either, Hatsu.
He's saying that those of a different persuasion are at the same level to those in power as those with no money.
So you try to find similarities to bond?
Pretty much, yeah.
Putting all his eggs in one basket.
No, this is at least 2 different baskets.
Have you ever tried the approach, instead of find similarities on what you hate, to find similarities on what you like?
I like stew and I like this bread.
In my experience, people bond better when there's a common enemy than over bread.
Some breads make me feel like they are my enemy.
Not to dissuade your argument there, Dash, but maybe not your immediate surroundings, but you come from a place where hatred is the main key of ingredient.
Yes.
So of course that's all you're going to know, is that a common enemy is the best way to build things. What Hatsu is trying to say is build things by what you have in common, not just a hatred for someone, but the good things.
Because
We
I
could
can
replace the bad
imagine
things with
you-
good things.
You can, or you can look at the good things you have and like already. Don't get me
What
wrong.
if someday the people you hate are gone? Then you don't have a basis for your relationship anymore.
Well, there are good things, like you guys.
Well, on that note,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. She leans back and she just heads off out into the main area.
Well, I'm just trying to say there's more things that ordinary people have in common than hating something.
I know
can
that.
show-
but
I just don't want him to hate you, Dash.
Who?
Because sometimes you're talking like the people you hate.
I would disagree. I
Well,
don't
Ducky
think I
would
like
not
them
have
at all.
accepted me if Ducky hated me.
What?
Ducky
Well,
would not have accepted me if he hated me.
No, Ducky loves you.
But he would not have accepted me.
I don't understand.
Hatsu would grab one of these ordinary beers he has seen. He wouldn't drink, but he would like lift the glass, and he would look at Dash, and he would say, "Well, good sir, that looks like a real ordinary beer that must have been made with a lot of love and compassion. How did you make these?"
I didn't make it.
You're missing the point.
No, I think I get the point. You're saying that there's potential positive things that people can bond over. Ideologically sound, absolutely. I agree. But the reality of the world is there is a big fucking boot on a lot of people's neck that needs to be removed.
What do you think opens the mouth of somebody more if he feels acknowledged and empowered and he feels special, or if he's triggered with hate and negative emotions?
Acknowledged, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to get at, Hatsu. I want...
Your beer looks great, sir. I love it. And I would like to show it to the world.
The beautiful beer, Hatsu. Look at that head.
And he repeats eating behind his minor illusion mask.
I don't think you guys are kind of getting what I'm putting down. I want people to feel like they have a hope and a future where there is happiness. I don't want people to hate, but people do hate. That it exists. That's there.
Dash, look
And
around.
it is the...
But people aren't going to go along with that if they don't trust you. And they won't trust you unless they like you. Otherwise, you're just another king. Telling them what to do and directing them in a way of which they might not have done on their own.
I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm just trying to get a feel for what their lives are like. I haven't done anything yet.
No, but if it progressed to the point where you were directing ideals of, oh, well, let's remove the king from power, you'll probably find their knee-jerk reaction would actually be to pull back.
Absolutely, but people who are
if they
trying
were
down
a
don't realize the
friend-
power they have.
But if you were a friend, you'd be able to make them understand that you were by their side.
That's... I mean, if I was in that position, that's precisely what I'd be trying to do. We're not in that position. All I can do is find out how people feel. That's all I'm
True.
trying to do. And if I can befriend these people on the way, great. But we also have to be cautious. I can't just go into a place declaring my love or hatred for one or the other without knowing in advance how people feel. So I could come in here and make a suggestion that the king is awful, and turns out they actually love the king and they have my head for treason.
Not just that, but it's also the fact of if you walk into a bar and start going, like you literally just walk in and you go, hey, who loves the king? You're probably not going to get many open up to you.
Yeah,
I know that's not what
hope
you did. I'm just saying, like,
It might.
Yeah, I would very much hope not.
It's not about right or wrong, Dash. It's just another perspective.
Absolutely. But the perspective of the
so-
people here is that they've been abandoned. That's
How do
exactly
we
what I'm
move?
trying to determine.
How do we move forward then? What do you suggest?
Well, we have a mission to complete. So we move forward by heading south to find Wolver. In the meantime,
Since we have the opportunity, it might be a good idea to learn about the volcano a little bit more if they have dedicated research.
potentially, but that involves hours of heading back the opposite direction.
or we can
How
just
long do we have this room?
2 days.
could just ask everyone in the bar.
We could do, though. People seem to not really know exactly what's going on up there, except for they're doing research on what the volcano does. That's about it.
That can't be normal. They might be focused on their own lives, their own bubble.
I assume they are. It's tough out here. People can only kind of look after themselves and sustain themselves and the community around them.
It could also be because they're too scared to say too much. But do you know what really helps with people that are scared of what to say?
Alcohol.
Let's get them all drunk and see what they know.
I wouldn't advise flaunting any wealth here. So if you're buying around for a bar, you're a target. I think left to their own devices, they'll probably limber themselves up.
I have another idea. Maybe this will work. If not, get prepared to run.
Oh, fuck, that doesn't sound good.
I'm full. I want more.
I'm full.
I'm gonna go out of the room and I'm basically going to pretend that I am shit-faced and I'm like, yeah, let's have a good time. Everyone, let's have a drink. And put not gold on the counter. What do I have? Basically, I want to put like low coins down, but like a good few. And just be like, you know, this is the last bit of money I got, but I want to have fun. Let's all drink. Everyone, let's get a drink. And basically buy a round for everyone in the bar and try and get this like free-flowing, happy, fun, a little bit inebriated kind of vibe going.
I'll kind of follow suit with that. Yeah, let's do it. I ain't got drunk since that time. Remember you fought the dragon.
Oh yeah, the big dragon.
Or was it a crow?
No, it was a dragon about this big.
The small dragon. I remember that. Squished it.
Oh, I'm gonna need deception from somebody with advantage, or one or the other.
I shall take that.
Okay.
Yes, closes the door.
That is a 24.
You rolled a 23 and a 24. That is insane. Your bad rolls have turned around.
At the right time.
You get things well greased in here, let's just say. How much did you slap down there? You know?
Do we know how much we paid for drinks? Like
Coppers.
So
like it's a copper, 2 coppers, 3 coppers, unless it's really, really high brow stuff. But I'm guessing.
Okay, so I'm gonna put down the 5. I'm gonna put down the 5 silver and the 10 copper that I had.
Okay, yeah, you get this place greased, man.
Okay.
I'm trying to I keep making reference to the dragon, like different, by the way, magical things that we fought, so like Minotaur and Scuttlefoot, and just remember that time we fought that little guy. I kicked him into the goalpost.
Here's what you pick up on that, because I assume you're both listening.
Oh yeah.
Everybody loves a Madriana, and everyone thinks that Dash is a Palper cunt, basically, from Palperoth. You are just, that is all that's happening. They just think you are the most fucking heinous piece of shit. But Madriana is just, like, winning them over. She's, like, a woman of the people. She knows what she's doing. She's, like, done this shit before.
I'm even going to do that thing, like, where you get up on the table and start dancing, like, stupidly, and then maybe even fall off.
The guys earlier join you. Dash, however, you get something for this. Did you say she fought a dragon?
Small one. Why?
Interesting.
Do you fight a dragon?
How much money they're worth?
How much money is a dragon worth? 8 pints?
Well, if you can bring one to a place like that research station, I'm sure they would be willing to pay quite the pretty penny.
For a dragon?
Oh, yes.
Or any magical thingy?
No. Literally, for a dragon. But I suppose it depends on what the magical thingy is.
I don't know. An elf.
The fuck is an elf?
Works with the red guy.
Right.
Delivers toys.
Fuck you, Keenan.
If you can bring something of magical note, I'm sure they'd be willing to pay you quite. She puts her hand on your shoulder, handsomely.
What do they do with them?
Who cares?
Fair enough.
While they're having this conversation, obviously, I am keeping an eye. Insignias, name tag, anything that gives me any info about this person or what they do.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you a lot here. So you're gonna give me 1 investigation, 1 perception, and 1 insight, please. All straight.
But investigation is shite as a 9. Perception is better, 17. And what was the last one?
Insight.
Insight. Oof, no, 5.
Okay. So first of all, when you're taking a look at her, what you see is it's a bit hard to take it more than surface values. So she's wearing this kind of blue shirt with an undershirt that's completely black and long sleeved. This is someone who clearly dresses light no matter what the weather is. She's wearing this kind of leathery corset, but not in a fashion sense. It seems more practical than anything, but it's hard to tell for what with your role. She's wearing a belt with these like pouches and stuff on it, but the belt has like these inscribings on it, runic almost. But the fact that she has pouches is very akin to what you guys would have. But what really takes the focus, besides the big bow on her back, is this bright, piercing blue eyes. Excuse me, they're crazy piercing blue eyes. You've never seen such blue in eyes before. Your perception check. When she places her hand on Dash, her other hand is trying to perhaps engage in some light pocketry. It's above your passive, I will tell you that.
I figured, yeah.
It is not above her active. And the insight check is hard to glean what she's after or what she wants, but she seems intentionally focused on Dash.
So as she's talking to Dash and seeing that she's trying to take something off of him, I want to do 2 simultaneous things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to like drunkenly stumble and bump into her, so it stops her from taking
sure.
Dash's pocket.
Yeah.
But then I also want to lift something from her.
I was gonna say the same. As soon as you bump into her, I'm gonna try and see what I can find in the pocket.
Sure. So there's 2. I'll get 2 sleight of hand checks, 1 from each of you.
Please be fucking good. Please be good.
21.
Okay, I'm not gonna beat that. Nah. 16.
Well, for the 16, you take the smaller pouch and you slide out 2 silver pieces. It is clearly her coin pouch. But I will say that you do note that it is quite full. Whatever she does, warrants her to have a lot more money than what would be commonly expected from a place like this. So you can add 2 silver pieces to yourself. Dash, you go for the bigger pouch, and in which there's a bunch of pockets, but as you reach into one, you pull out what feels like sand, and you just sort of pocket it for the moment. It's a small little, we'll call it, it's like a small little pouch, we'll call it, but it's like, when I say small, I mean like microscopically small, very small pouch of sand.
I think I know what it is.
She
I'm
Mark.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Had enough to drink. She likes no, she does. She likes dragons. She wants dragons.
You want a dragon?
Yeah.
Where's the dragon? I'll get it.
I'm perfectly capable of killing one on my own, thank you. Who are you?
You kill a big one. I'm
I'm
Finn.
I am Dragon Killer.
Her name is Jessica.
Hello.
Jessica and Finn.
Finn Calder. At your service.
I'm going to.
My name is Orla. Full time.
Do I recognize that name?
Probably not.
Orla.
Voltheim.
Well done.
I'm gonna. Do I do this? Do I do this? Yeah, Major, and I probably would. I'm going to tap her in on her shoulder in a code that she could possibly be familiar with. Just saying, his pockets are light.
Her hand remains on Dash's shoulder, and all but a flicker of her eyes would tell you that she doesn't understand. But it's that swift movement as she glances towards you and back would indicate that she thinks that more than a tap.
So she understood it.
It would be very unusual for her to look towards you in that exact moment had she not understood what was
What I
said.
said. Yeah.
Also, she's behaving in a way that she doesn't want to give that away.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
giving you that because your passive is demented.
How about you have a drink with us?
Yeah.
We have a room next door. Come have a drink.
Interesting. She walks in, but she takes Dash's arm as she does. Dash, Lissa returning from the restroom, does not look pleased about this.
Mac my bitch.
As we're walking past Lissa, can I try pocket the little pouch into her hand?
Sure. Yeah, you can. So slide a hand check, yeah.
As a 22.
She takes it and slides it into her pocket, and then there's a a knowing smile on her face, like and she pats you on the back. All good,
That's
brother?
good. Oh, good. We're telling her about the dragon.
Ah, yes. Which one?
Small one.
Ah, yes.
Squish.
Well, I was going to go to bed, but I think that this might be more interesting. She follows you.
Maybe. Orla is about his sister Fiona.
Charmed, I'm sure.
So yeah, lead her into the room. Obviously, Eos and Hatsu and that just sitting there like, hello.
Eos, you have
I want to
hood
make
up,
it,
mask up. What's your situation as she walks in?
I also want to make a deliberate effort to kind of obscure the line of sight between Orla and Eos.
Unfortunately, Eos is eating.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hatsu wouldn't say anything, he would just stare at him.
I'm gonna say, Dash, make a deception check for trying to block the line of sight on Eos. I'll give you a straight roll, yeah. A 9.
9.
Good.
So yeah, bring her in, sit her down.
She sits down at the table, and she looks around. Taking it all in.
Brass tacks. You're not from here. You're obviously here on a job. Don't really care. It's your business. We have our own to deal with. But if you have information about the area, I'd be very grateful.
I have information about many areas, including your precious Palperoth.
I've never heard of Palperoth referred to as precious before. That is new.
I may have been born here, but I am well traveled. But don't misunderstand for a second, my loyalty lies with this town and sustaining it.
We don't mean any harm to anyone here. That's not our business here.
Just passing through mostly.
I disagree, because you brought that thing here. She points to Eos.
Now, you say that thing. I don't like that. That person is here because they are traveling with us.
I'm a legend around these parts for good reason. I have done a lot for this town. Prevented risks and threats to this town. So I'll take you at face value. If anything goes wrong in this town while you're here, I will assume it was you, and I will start with her.
If anything goes wrong in this town while we are here, then we shall endeavor to help. And legend or not, she will not be your issue.
She's already my issue.
I hear you're struggling for resources for the winter.
Her blue eyes glance towards you. And where did you hear that?
Just chit chat around the town. Anything we can do to help?
I can provide just fine for this town.
The folks in the tavern earlier seemed to be concerned.
Eos is continuing to eat while this happens, by the way.
She sits back. She feels that, not that what you said was abrasive, but it really rubbed her the wrong way because she works hard for this town, man.
Let me put it to you this way. Wealth is hoarded in Palperoth, and a lot of people are left behind. I feel it's the same out here. And I'd like to change that. Is there anything we can do to help?
That depends. Are you guys hunters, gatherers, or travelers? What are you?
A bit of everything as the situation requires.
What is it you're asking for in return? People don't usually come and offer services out of the goodness of their hearts.
Well, from my perspective, I just want you to have the decency not to treat people differently just because they may look it.
I assure you I don't.
That thing? Yet you don't.
You said people. Sorry. My confusion.
That's what we're getting at here. We'd like to show you different sides to that line of thinking.
What creature hurt you? Did it take away a parent? A sister? A brother? A lover, maybe? Not everyone's the same. I've known as many people like you that have killed and done bad things as anyone that has any differences.
I protect this town from all manner of creatures. I'm just making sure I don't have to protect it from one more.
I'll ask again, is there anything we can do to help? Take us at face value. We're trying to prove that we're good.
She leans forward and she kind of presses her hands together. Once again, I just ask what you want in return.
Safe passage, maybe a favor in future. And for my friend here not to be torn to shreds.
I mean, I can control my own actions, not the actions of this town.
You can be sure, Dash, she won't tear me to shreds.
That'll suffice for now, then.
Puts down her knife and fork, and she's looking at this woman.
I agree. She looks at Eos. There'll be nothing left to tear to shreds.
Yes, we get it, you're hard. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Dash will shoot Madriana just a very fucking shut the fuck up stare.
We do have a problem in this town.
Go on.
I did lose family, but not to a creature like that. A different one. When she says a creature like that, she says it with almost a different tone to how she was saying it before. She's not calling you a thing, she's now calling you a creature. There's an escalation here. So
it's getting slowly nicer, slowly warmer.
Up, right.
Oh, so a de-escalation.
A de-escalation, sorry.
Okay.
De-escalation, sorry.
Yeah.
You're right, sorry.
I thought you meant she was getting meaner about it, sorry.
No, she meant it in a less abrasive way.
Right.
As the people almost seem to fade away, she begins to explain that in 1523 her father died because of rock slides that were caused by a volcanic eruption. Now, it's strange because for you guys, no reports of that have ever come your way. I mean, Madriana, you live on the island basically closest to this with inhabitants on it. You would know if that volcano erupted. But it has not. So again, there's just something bizarre about the story and about the layout and about everything since you got here has been a bit weird because all signs point to something that you know hasn't happened.
Almost like it's been manufactured to do something.
Possibly. But her father, Gunnar Voltheim, was the person who used to protect this place. He was like what would have been sheriff or whatever. He would have taken care of this place. But more than just that, he would have been a hunter who supplied food. He would have been a hunter who supplied supplies and like different things. And she goes into an explanation of the fact that he died in this slide. But since then, things have been weird. So in 1529, which was a few years after, she defeated what was called Ember Tusk. And it was a large boar that was, like, as it ran, would generate what appeared to be lightning. And as it hit you, it felt like it was fire, and it was killing a lot of people from this place. There was something warped and disturbing about that creature, and she managed to kill it, and she was the only one who could. Nobody here had that prowess to do so. And she became a local legend for that. She beheaded it, brought it back here, gave it to the research station, and earned a lot of money for it. She took on to traveling because her father had passed. She didn't have much here. She didn't want to stay here and just be in her father's footsteps, in her father's following in those steps, protecting this town. So she went to places that she could go to. The one place that she knew she wanted to spend time in was the biggest place she'd ever heard of, Helperoth. She was hired by wealthy merchants to lead them through the uncharted areas of Volcanus, so of course she took up the job because it was a lot of money and a very easy trip for her. She knows the path, she knows the way. Why not? She brought them here to the research station, and since then she was here because she had heard rumors that something else was going on. Some people were going missing and were dying, and for years she hunted the creature because she thought it was Ember Tusk. It ended up being a rather large creature, almost like what I would describe to you guys as a wingless dragon, a drake. It could breathe fire, and it could run, and it could stampede, and it could stomp, and it could cause a shit ton of damage. Again, some kind of warped amalgamation of normal wildlife and shit, but incredibly dangerous, incredibly large, and incredibly powerful. In 1539, she managed to kill it. After it emerged from the tunnels from the volcano, she managed to destroy it. Now she's widely, by all the towns here regardless, one of the best hunters, and people will come to her if there are problems. And again, a few months ago, something else has cropped up and emerged. Something that is a lot more humanoid than these other creatures were, that appears to be taking lives, particularly of those who explore the tunnels or go through any of the volcano places. And it's started to become a threat because it's getting closer and closer to the rail system that people use. And if it destroys that, it would take years and years to fix. It wouldn't be something they can do right away. It takes a long time to get supplies here. It takes a lot of money that they don't have. They depend on this. This research station is the way it is on purpose. So she wants help in exploring this, looking at what this creature may be.
Do you have any idea of what it looks like, my dear?
No. The only legends we've heard are that it is humanoid in nature, which is different to what I've been facing before, and let's just say it makes me nervous.
From the sounds of it, this place that you're talking about, are they engineering creatures?
What place?
That they're coming out from? You said it was from the volcano, right? Is that not where the research place is?
We have a research center there, but I don't think they're engineering these creatures. I bring them there for cost. I pay them for butchering these things.
This feels very much like we create a monster and let it go. See if it can be destroyed. We create another one that's more stronger. Doesn't have quite the few defaults that the first one did.
Sounds like Harrow.
Does, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, but what do any of you know about monsters, other than the ones you travel with?
Again, be careful.
Big smile from you.
We'll see what we can do to help.
How many are your party?
6.
7. I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's Slate 7.
And are you capable of... Well, let's just say your blade's as sharp as her words.
I guess you'll find out.
Or as blunt as his.
You think I'm harmless? That's the best compliment I've had all day.
Hatsu would gently stand up, left hand on the saya and the tsuba, he would kick against the table to make an apple lift up in the air. And he would make one stroke diagonal upwards, take the sword in the other direction, and make 4 pieces out of the apple, sheds the sword, sits back down and waits until the apple falls down.
As the apples fall, Eos firebolts each slice.
All right. Yeah. Given the... Yeah, it's cool. It's fine. So you cook the apple as it falls in slices and lands on the table. She looks towards Hatsu first, barely comprehending the speed that he just moved at, but then she looks at Eos. And there's a different vibe. With Hatsu, she looks almost impressed. With Eos, she looks threatened. Very well. And your payment for this is what? Information? Safe passage? To where? Want me to pay the 2 silver for you to go to the research station?
That's it, just safe passages through this town. If we come through, next time we come through.
And a bit of respect.
Respect is earned.
Or yes, PSC.
That's the idea.
Exactly.
Okay. You would all do all of this just to prove to some stranger that she's not just a creature?
No. We're doing it because we want to make everywhere better. Unlike the monsters that you fought and that you think are everywhere, not every one of us are.
And you're not the only one who cares.
If I want money, I can get money. If I want food, I can get food. What I don't want is unnecessary ideals of what people are just based off of their looks.
Alright. I mean, I'm not gonna get mercenaries for cheaper than that. Fine.
And show us the way tomorrow?
Very well. I don't want to be held responsible if any of you die. I don't want a vendetta against me. If one of you or 2 of you or all of you fall. So let it be known to whoever should know this, that I offered this opportunity. I did not force or coerce any of you into doing this.
Our actions are our own.
So be it.
As long as you don't cause our demise. And I don't mean the causation of us agreeing to this. I mean the arrow in the back.
I have incredible aim. Anywhere my arrow lands is not accidental.
That's what I'm saying. As long as it's not by your hand directly.
If you're concerned I'll kill your pet. I won't touch her.
Oh.
I can see it, man. I don't know if it's a major out or right anymore, but one of you wants to kill her. Or both.
Oath.
Dash do. Right, we'll
Enjoying it.
start planning and see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bright and early, if you can handle that, of course. I know Palperoth is a place where people sleep till midday, but here things start a little bit sooner than that.
Yes. Well, you country bumpkins like to be up nice and early, don't you?
That's when the best work is done. She gets
Yeah, we
back
do.
from the table, and as she's walking past, she just takes one of the apple slices and eats it as she walks out the door.
Dash will just quickly turn to Madriana. That was not your risk to take.
Which risk?
Bringing her in here to Eos. You didn't know how she was going to react.
But it soon gave us an idea as what was going on here, didn't it?
We had that idea before we stepped foot in here.
Did we now? You
Yes.
knew there was monsters running around, did you?
We didn't know that, but we knew how they were going to react to magical folk.
At least now we know that they hate them.
We knew that.
No, we didn't.
We did. I knew that.
Well, when
should
we
not-
asked you, you said you hadn't asked.
Out there. Found it out there just now. Before bringing her in here. That was a risky game to play. Don't deny it.
I'm not saying it wasn't without its risk. But I'm also saying that she understands our way of life. Which also means that there are certain protections of which we can avail of. I
Yes.
did not calculate the risk to be more than the reward.
You could not possibly have known that she would immediately have everyone in this fucking village on top of us.
I mean,
Next time,
She-
run it by Eos before you bring someone into their presence like that.
Okay.
well, Slate could impersonate her if necessary, I guess.
Yes, I apologize if I put any undue stress upon you.
It was stupid. Eos resumes eating. More bread. More stew.
Well, risky, but we have got the reward.
I mean, we could have asked for more money. Any money? Money?
Another round of food.
We can get money when we want to. I'm curious what was in
an
the
issue.
What's this bounty hunter's name anyway?
It is. I wrote it down.
Orla.
Orla Voltime.
Lisa, what do you think? Trust? No trust?
I don't fucking trust her.
Stabby, stabby?
Anyone who doesn't trust Eos, I don't trust.
Definitely don't trust.
But hey,
Anyone that can be robbed by me, don't trust him.
I also just watched what Hatsu did with that sword. I'm pretty sure that anything Ola can do to us, Hatsu can do to her faster, so... I would argue, perhaps, trust isn't a
I just
factor.
wanna throw in something. We know that the people we have to reach out for might also have the same problems that we might have here with people like her. And if we can know a little bit more how they think and how they act, we might have an advantage if we face people like that in future.
The other thing is, with such a legend of the town and of the area, don't you think it'd be rather beneficial if they thought better of us?
Absolutely.
We could build a reputation?
Also, I will say, I watched Gorban barrel down on you and... Oh wait, I think actually it was Ayami, wasn't it? Sorry, it was Ayami that was there, not Lissa. So she'll just say it then. I did see Gorband attack all of you. And we changed his mind. Wouldn't
That
it
was
be-
Dash. Gave him a bell.
Then maybe we should give her a bell?
I don't think it's a bell, but I think the metaphorical bell here is saving their town or making it safe.
She is smart, though. She used words before her arrow.
Tuned in.
She could have rang the alarm at any time, right?
Yep.
But she chose not to.
Correct.
She's arrogant.
She took your apple, Hatsu.
She underestimates us.
Our apple, I guess.
I think she's probably got quite the measure of us. There was no coincidence that she spoke to you then. There's no coincidence in anything she's just done.
Yeah.
She's very, very clever. Very conniving as well. But she also has damage. And anyone that has damage has a point where they are softest.
You want to date her?
I merely mean, Eos, that I knew that something in her past had damaged her to the point where she had hardened this much.
Oh.
I picked at that scab, if you will, and she loosened up. She obviously has a gripe against monsters.
She kills them.
I just didn't like the fact that she considered you one.
Oh, look, I'm used to it.
Doesn't mean it's right.
She?
No, it doesn't mean it's right, but it's the way of my life.
But that's the thing. If we're able to convince one monster hunter, then why can't we do it for them all?
Okay, well, look. Bath, bed, breakfast. We go monster hunting?
I'll be honest, I thought you were going to go with bath, bed, and beyond, but okay.
No, there's no ships. We're too far from shore.
True.
See that? Kindness. That's the lesson tonight.
I don't think I'm the one that needs to learn that lesson. You saw what happened with Corbound.
We kindly built him a house.
Yes. Precisely. I'm not out here to kill every other person who hates magical creatures. I have to kill half the planet.
Do me a favor, Dash. Lock the door. I want to eat again.
On it.
I will say, I was intrigued by what she was saying about these creatures that came out. That was half the reason why I agreed for it.
Wingless dragons.
There must be some kind of source. Would be nice to know what the source is.
I think Dash nailed it on the head, to be honest. In credit to him. I think this is one of Harrow's abominations.
Hold that thought for a second. Lissa, what's in that pouch?
What pouch?
The one I dropped onto you.
I don't recall any pouch being dropped.
Lissa. There's no gold in it, I know that much.
Yes, but not all wealth comes from gold. Under the slightest tucking of her belt, she takes out this little pouch from one of the many hidden pockets on Lissa. And she places it on the table. And this is something more valuable than most gold would be, and used correctly can be quite advantageous for us.
Was it gem dust?
Do any of you recognize what this is? As she pours into a palm this little black powder.
Does it
Do
go
we know?
I would venture a guess that some people at this table would know as players, and I would lean into Ryan definitely knowing what it is because I know that he and I know it from the same source, his previous character. So I would say probably Ryan and Majorana may know from the black markets of Verdoir.
It's clearly charcoal.
Gunpowder.
It has a little bit more spice to it than the gunpowder.
Yes, this is extraordinarily volatile.
Oh, you have chicken wings. I could use some spice.
Not
You
that
said
kind
she
of-
had a...
Yeah, good.
No, go on. Answer that first.
Not quite the chicken wing spice, Eos.
Oh.
But I would keep your firebolts away from this.
I mean, if you sprinkle that over a good steak and like slap it down onto the barbecue, you'd be surprised. You get a good char on it.
If you used 1 grain, if you sprinkle it over it, you would lose the entire steak, plate, and table.
Cannon powder. My stepfather.
This is black powder.
Oh.
The most volatile and explosive powder we have. Used mostly within large-scale explosives, shall we say. Very good for mining, not so good for living.
Imagine an arrowhead with that. Ooh.
Something tells me she already has.
That's how she got the.
That's what I was just about to ask, was like thinking back how, like you said, she had this bow on her. One, did the bow look strong enough to be able to fire such a thing? And 2, did she have, I'm assuming she had a quiver, but did she have any, like, was the quiver reinforced in any particular way at the bottom where it wouldn't be at the top?
It was a heavily padded quiver. Very safe quiver. The arrows, of course, head down. And her bow looked very durable and strong. Yes. The
Some might say the quiver
I would
of
say
Alona.
the best thing to understand about the arrows are that some of them have a normal kind of what's it called, fletching? What's the feather at the back?
Fletch, yeah.
Fletching, yeah.
Yeah, so they have normal ones, but some of them have darker ones that are more sleek, like maybe the difference between a normal feather and like a raven or something. Probably something she uses in a hurry to identify what she's using.
Okay. So it's not like a high velocity arrow, that type of thing. Okay.
It's probably for identification.
Clever. Clever girl.
Still don't like her.
So I can't put this on my chicken wing.
No.
You could, but you wouldn't do it twice.
1 wing each, Lisa?
Not with the spice on it, but yeah, a normal wing I will eat.
I mean, if I learn something from Gusto, then it's you can't hit what you can't see.
How familiar would I be to the use of it?
I don't think there's many people in this world using it this way. I think Hatsu had a very unique idea, and so did Orla. But the use of it, when it comes to places like Verdoir, they would buy this stuff, and generally not in bulk, because it's hard to get, hard to ship, hard to manage. It's very, very easy to set this stuff off in a very annoying way. You usually need very little heat to make this happen. So transporting it isn't easy, so it's sold for high value. When you think about it in the sense of Verdoir, someone like your father would probably have a lot of it because
That's just him, yeah.
that's just him. But let's break it down this way. The use of some people is to sell it. Other people is to use it, mostly for mining, as I said, but there are other extreme case uses. Someone like your father would probably use it on people to make them talk, because you don't need a leg to be able to speak.
But see, with that knowledge, I think comes the knowledge that it doesn't explode so much as it ignites, right?
It
And the reason you
at
get
a
an explosion,
high velocity, high heat as well, like a high ferocity is what I was trying to say, but a high heat.
but it does. The reason you get an explosive reaction from it is when it's compacted and put into a smaller space, right? Like an arrowhead.
The more you can put together, the better. But like even with an arrowhead, the dangers of setting it off, like let's use the volcano for example. If you just get too close to that and it gets too warm, it would go off. It's not something you would practically use all the time, and it's very difficult. Like you wouldn't bring this stuff to Palperoth that often because you know, like it's not super volatile where it's just hot in the case, it'll explode, but you rub it the wrong way, you shake it the wrong way when it's already heated, it'll explode. Yeah,
but that's the thing is, so like in a bag it wouldn't explode so much as it would just go, like it would just flame up extremely bright, extremely hot very quickly, whereas if it was compacted, that's when it has an explosive force because it's trying to move out as quick as possible. Right?
You're using motion and physics to make it sort of ignite, as so to speak.
So with that, I grabbed just the tiniest little bit in the palm and just,
I would say a grain if you're going to do something like that.
Just blow it past the candle so that as it goes through the flame, it just does that, and then
I will go one step further. You do that, it goes through the candle flame, it destroys the candle holder and the things around it. I would compare it to magnesium. Magnesium burns at like what, 3,000 degrees or something crazy. Like, or so it was 1,700 Celsius or something, right? Like 1670. Wait, my cat is yelling at me, sir. But it burns really, really hot. And so with that in mind, what we're talking about here is something comparable to magnesium, like in our sense. And it is the only thing that makes it more scary than magnesium, and I'm not saying magnesium isn't scary, because of course it can be, is how extremely volatile it is. It's very easy to set it off. It doesn't take much, and it has more than like magnesium just like does this kind of thing. It has an outward kind of impact to it, a little bit of force to it. Like I'm not saying like the same as a stick of dynamite would, but like enough of it together would be worse. Like, but it would burn through something.
But that's why I did that as well, because I wanted to see what the potential of it was. Because normal black powder would just, like I said, it would just burn. It would burn really hot, but it would just burn. Whereas this, because of its individual explosive nature, makes this so much worse.
It's extremely dangerous. Yeah. Extremely dangerous.
Well, there goes the garlic bread.
It's just a bit crispier.
That candlestick's gone though.
I don't think I would worth something.
All I can say is, Dash, I wouldn't keep it in your trouser pocket.
I have no intention. I'll leave that with Lissa.
But if
what a
powder
gentleman.
can do that, what is the bag made of then? Surely that's not just common leather.
It's a padded pouch.
I think you just wouldn't set the pouch on fire.
Honestly, despite the fact that we're out in the cold, because of our proximity to the volcano, I'm surprised this is even here, to be honest.
She doesn't strike me as someone that would be careless with it.
She might visit though.
Probably will.
Yes, let's hope that's not the case, eh?
I don't think we'll be using it anytime soon, so worst case scenario, we can give it back.
Maybe using it against that monster tomorrow. I guess we'll find out.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm full.
Yeah, so you okay?
I'm full, yeah. Oh no, you two are still stupid. But I'm full.
Hey, this was not me.
You opened the door.
No, I didn't. Madriana went in first. This one was not me.
I don't know, it sounds like something you would do.
Doesn't it? It's almost as if I've learned.
As the night progresses, we reach a point where you guys go to your rooms, respectively. Dash and Lissa. Tatsu, and if he wants to, Ayami, but of course it can be platonically. I don't mean it in the same Dash and Lissa way.
Separate breads.
Picture of Jesus in the middle.
And one of you and Slate, and the other one gets a room. I don't know if I said Ayami. I meant Ayami for Hatsu.
Yeah.
I'd be staying in with Eos just in case.
Okay, so Slate has his own room. Okay. The night goes nicely, and you get woken nice and early, probably by Hatsu. Everybody's like groggy as shit, and Hatsu's like he's been meditating and like doing his workouts and like getting ready for 2.5 hours or something. You see the earliest probably Dash has ever seen, but it is sunrise. You all head down with
I should have been up early for thieving.
You all head down early for whatever lies ahead of you, or already waiting at the door. Next week we pick up from this point. I would ask that you guys notify Richard of what happened, of course during the session, unless he just watches the VOD. Also
Hey Richard, go watch back this 5-hour VOD, please.
Yeah, we went quite long, so there's no post show today.
It was great though.
We had a quick chat behind the scenes to say, will we just continue, or we'll like over the post show and just have like a bit of an extension there so we can wrap that, or will we stop there and continue? And we agreed to proceed and skip the post show this week, but hopefully we'll be back with Richard next week, and we will continue whatever the fuck is about to happen. I have no idea. This is ironically enough a volatile situation for them to be in with or without the black powder. So with that in mind, we appreciate you joining us. I'm just going to find someone to host super quick.
And I mean, if this woman causes a problem, I'd just stick the bag in her mouth and fire it off.
Oh my
God. Holy Moses.
Yes.
I don't care how much of a legend you are, survive that.
Without magic. Oh, you hit magic users, do you? Well, there's one that could heal you.
It'd be a case of open the mouth, stick it in, Eos, and then...
I mean, that's pretty fair, though. I mean, I get it. Like, it's... yeah.
Oh, I hate her so much.
It's almost as if I made a character for you guys to hate.
Yeah.
Like,
Eos kind of likes her in a way.
What you guys have been doing in the past is like kind of going to these sort of places where things have been a little bit too okay, but the world itself is more like this. Like, this is the kind of hatred that I guess that part of Amadriana and what she was saying is that she wants to rectify and to fix. Yes, I hear you.
And that's how the group became the Inglorious Bastards.
Show us the truth.
If I pick her up, she's just going to claw me in the eyeball.
Everyone wants to see it.
Worth it. Oh, baby. Is she?
We can clip that.
Oh, come say hi. Is she?
Oh,
Look.
That's the
Yeah,
cat.
baby. Okay.
Goodbye, cat.
Sophie, walk it. Sorry.
Oh, just had 150 viewers. What?
Yeah, just for the truth. We're going to... Who are we going to host here? There's quite a few people on. It's a busy night for D&D. It's almost as if Wednesdays are too popular.
That was fantastic.
I say
I had
everybody
an alternative.
stop streaming so that we can just stream on Wednesdays, and that can just be our day. You know?
Yeah, deal. Yeah.
Even though we're not having post show, I had a completely different plan in place that I DM'd to the DM in case
Yeah, it was
things
pretty
went
cool.
out.
Yeah. I think we'll give a little... Oh, I want to go with someone that we just kind of know because it's a little bit tricky to watch right now. So let's go with Bards of New York. They're on, and they're absolutely unbelievable. I watched the stream personally. They are very, very good.
I think the RP show up on TikTok recently.
It must be.
They're very,
so
very
warm.
good. Yeah, like they're super, super cool people. I really enjoy their dynamic. They're super into it. Some of them getting costume and stuff. It's like it's a whole vibe, and I like their setup. I've been like looking at it like, maybe it's time to change it, and then I'm like, nope, we're only like 27 sessions in. So, thank you guys so
28.
much. 28 sessions. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Very quickly before we give Bards of New York our love, because they did actually just start. I want to just remind everyone that Movember is on, and to support our Palkian. It's only a few more weeks of that, and if you're interested at all, the link is there. And if you are watching this later on YouTube, I keep meaning to say this, if you're watching this on YouTube, please feel free to come to our Discord in any room, just ! Movember. It'll give you all the information, all the links and everything as well. And yes, we are pushing 200 followers and we're trying really hard to get it. If we do, then Mr. Kean, after all of his efforts with Movember, will be eating a Carolina Reaper on stream, which I have asked multiple times if he wants to back out of, but he seems pretty dead set on it. So we'll go with that.
Adamant.
Adamant, yeah, would be the word that I would use to. But yeah, so as a way of saying thank you for reaching our follower goal, he will destroy himself. We are quite close to that goal, so
Honestly,
any
yeah.
help is appreciated.
Thank you, everyone,
We'll
for
do the
watching.
post show so that I can like do the RPS dash.
It'll be the post show.
beforehand.
Yeah, you can't do it at the beginning of the session. It has to be the post show
Yeah.
because
Could you
I need
imagine?
you to pay attention during the session.
Yeah.
So
Imagine trying to RP through that. I was like,
yeah. There was a point where I was like tempted to join you because I love spicy foods and I love spicy things, and then I was just like, yeah, no, I'll just remove myself entirely from the post show completely. That will probably be the way to go, right? Give the Bards of New York our love and appreciation, and make sure you tell them that we sent you. They are kicking butt right now. It looks like they're having a great time. So
Nice.
with that in mind, is there anything else I'm forgetting before we raid?
Thank
We
you
love
for
you all.
watching. Thank you for being here. We love every single one of you. This is the longest string yet. There may be more longer ones down the road. Who knows?
Rory
Thank you
is
when you're in for the subs.
just
Yeah.
lunatic
Thank
long
you so
ones.
much, Andy. Yeah.
Yes, and Shaq's memes are back in the Discord. Obviously, didn't have a post show, so can't show them today, but
I
they're
can
there.
include them next week though if someone reminds me towards the end of that session.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I remember to do that. Yeah. I can have memes from both. We can do 5 from each or something.
Yes, let's do that.
But thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. We're going to bring our viewership over to the lovely Bards of New York now. What do we say during a radio raid?
Orc raid.
Raid. Thank you so much. We have some emotes you can
Multipass.
spam. Multipass. You have some emotes that you can spam. Go ahead and do it. Smash those emotes. Thank you so much. And by the way, we got our metrics in for the last like few months because it's our 6-month anniversary or something. And the raid emote's the most used one, and it's like a lot of uses considering we haven't had it for the full time. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We love you very much. We will see you next week, hopefully with Richard, and peace. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.